Hope everybody is well fed and not falling asleep. I call this Tampa City Council meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Miranda. Here. Maniscalco. Here. Hertak. Here. Young. Here. Vieira. Here. Carlson. Here. And Clendenin.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
Okay, we have left off, our next item is request for the public for reconsideration of legislative matters. Mr. Shelby, is there a compelling reason not to move right to a public hearing, or should we go to here first?
And my suggestion is take the reconsideration at this time.
Okay, so if anybody in the public has a request by the public for reconsideration of legislative matters, please approach the podium. Yes, sir, state your name.
Yes, sir. My name is Scott McLaren. Mr. Chairman, members of council, I'm here. I'm with Hill Ward Henderson, 3700 Bank of America Plaza. Along with Tyler Hudson, I'm here on behalf of the applicants in the Magnolia Court Hotel project. So we're not really here as a member of the public. We're here as the applicant, and we are requesting reconsideration of Land Use Plan Map Amendment Application Number 24-11. And we're not asking for approval of the project today. We're just asking the council to consider at a subsequent hearing a reconsideration of your decision. And the reason for that is we believe council was instructed not to consider the impact of the State Live Local Act on that application. We believe that that was improper. It's undisputed that the Live Local Act applies to the property, that a land use decision can be made approving multifamily on that site administratively, and that in making a decision on the land use plan application, really there's two critical issues involved. The first is, what do the current regulations and laws allow for development on the site versus what is proposed, right? That's the analysis. And again, the Live Local Act applies to the property, but council was instructed that the Live Local Act should not be part of the calculus that you consider in making your decision. And also importantly, I looked at the staff report on this application. And the staff report in November of 2024 contained no analysis of Live Local. Live Local applies to the property. It's the law. It is a land use regulation that applies to the property. So today we're simply asking council for reconsideration, not on the merits today, but just to give us the opportunity and give yourselves the opportunity to consider what we think is a material issue in making your determination. And really, so we just want council to have all the information. If after presentation of that information, your decision is the same, so be it. But we think having all of the information before council is critical. Thank you.
Mr. Shelby, this is a first. Can you provide some clarification? Well, maybe let's hear from the council attorney. Or you want the city attorney first? Okay.
Yeah, may I? Chairman, members of City Council, Scott Steady, Legal Department. First of all, I want to acknowledge this is my first time in front of you since I took the job. So I expect to be here more often after this. Or
let's try not to make that happen.
Not that we don't like you.
Yeah, I was going to say, what does that mean, Chair? Anyway, yesterday I spoke to both Scott and Tyler about this matter yesterday afternoon, and part of the discussion was really asking me, which I appreciate, to kind of review the record and see if I concurred with what their position was. So last evening and this morning I took the time to pretty much go through the transcript, and Scott and I have known each other a long time, but a couple of things. And I could go in much more detail. I have a longer presentation if you'd like, but first of all, I think he's mischaracterized what was said, because really what Ms. Kate Wells said, I'll just repeat, in a couple locations, I actually don't think talking about Live Local is an applicable discussion point. Also, applicants talk about what else could be done. Here, if you do not approve this application, well, they could possibly be effective in pursuing counsel, i.e. the Live Local Act. So it wasn't, her focus was not on, really, in my opinion, when I read it, is you can't consider it. It was on what should you consider. And when you're considering a comprehensive plan, you're looking at the comprehensive plan, which was a legislative act that adopted the comprehensive plan. You might not have adopted it, but the comprehensive plan is basically this council's plan, obviously, to plan the future of Tampa. And that provides the rules, policies, direction to you, how you go about making those decisions. And Ms. Wells pointed out during the hearing, for instance, that in the comprehensive plan, it says you're supposed to look at why is the change required? What's changed from the plan that was adopted by City Council previously to where you're going now? And that's really the focus. There's no question what's changed, and I recognize Live Local has changed. It's a huge change. It's an earthquake change. But it's not within the discussion point. It's not what you should be considering, as Ms. Wells said, when you're considering a comprehensive plan. So I reviewed it. If I agreed with them, I'd be here agreeing with them, but I do not. I think the direction was correct. I believe it was and I'm not saying intentionally, I would characterize it differently, that she wasn't saying you can't consider it. It was that the correct analysis does not substantially address Live Local. And I think she gave the correct direction on how you consider a comprehensive plan. So you certainly have the right to reconsider this. I'm not suggesting you don't. I'm not here to say you don't. I'm just simply saying I disagree with the basis.
Councilman Carlson, you had a question?
Can I make a statement, or do I have to ask a question?
Well, I think this is a question time, if you have, because I want to hear from Mr. Shelby first.
Just a reminder about how motions to reconsider work. May I take the time to do that, just a few minutes?
Yes.
This is in council's rules of procedure. Under parliamentary procedures. We don't need to talk about any time there is a need for reconsideration, there needs to be a full council present, but that doesn't apply. The next section, 4E, says, a motion to reconsider an action of the council shall only be by a member who previously voted on the prevailing side and shall be made only at the same meeting or the first subsequent regular meeting, which this is. A second to the motion may be made by any member. And before you can consider debating on whether to vote in favor or against the motion to reconsider, the threshold question is there a motion to reconsider? Then you could have a discussion, Councilman Carlson, on the merits of that debate.
Question on the issue, may I?
Council.
Well, a question, certainly.
And I have a question.
Councilman Vieira.
Do you want to go first, or since you had, you sure? So the question for Mr. Shelby or Mr. Steady or whoever, with regards to the motion, could it, and I can't make it, of course, but could it be a narrowly tailored motion, or does it have to reconsider? Would that require an entire new hearing with public comment and back and forth, or can it be a reconsideration that is narrowly tailored to the allegation involving the Live Local Act?
The merits themselves, the issues themselves, are not germane to a motion to reconsider. A motion to reconsider is a threshold motion, and if it is made by somebody on the prevailing side, seconded by anybody, and it does pass, what it does under Robert's Rules of Order is to bring the original motion, in the case of this instance, to deny, back to the floor in its present state.
Okay, I see. So it wouldn't require a whole new hearing. It's merely revoting.
No, no, if there are additional facts.
Okay.
And if you wish to make, it depends how it's presented, but if there's a relevant issue, you could certainly zero in on that. You don't have to have a whole new hearing.
That's what I was asking, which is, if that motion is to be made, could it be made in a narrowly tailored way, switch to say, we wish to inquire on this issue or these specific issues, correct? That's what I'm hearing.
And if I understand Mr. McLaren, I'll just give him a minute.
Yeah, I say pause. Mr. McLaren?
Mr. McLaren, if I can, if I understand the question then, it's your intention to ask for this reconsideration in the arena of a specific issue that you wish to have addressed, you're not asking for another full hearing or are you?
Well,
And that's fine too.
I think that the record that was presented previously would become part of the record here. We don't intend to stand up and do the same dog and pony show. Basically, we would put into the record the information and the comments from everyone that was already made, and then we would supplement that with live local information and whatever other information may come to light between now and the hearing.
That answers my question. Thank you.
Mr. Steady, you had
Oh, wait,
something to say?
yes, well, I'm sorry, Mr. Steady, because I had a question for Mr. McLaren.
No, I was more curious what he was going to say,
Okay,
because
Mr. Shelby.
I'm fine. I'm fine.
Mr. Shelby?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, there is another rule that is under your meetings section, Rule 3B12, that says as follows. Requests by public for reconsideration of legislative matters, amendments to the City of Tampa's comprehensive plan, including text amendments, are not subject to reconsideration. Now, that being the case, what that would seem is you can wait, if you choose to reconsider it under this reading, what I've just read to you, the assumption was that if council wanted to waive its rules to still have a debate on whether to reconsider, it could waive its rules by a supermajority. Mr. McLaren, did you want to talk to that?
If I could, yes. Thank you, Mr. Shelby. Mr. Chairman, members of council. So the rule provides specifically that requests by the public for reconsideration of legislative matters, including land use plan map amendments, of course, are not subject to reconsideration. But the preface to all of that language is requests by the public for reconsideration, and we, as the applicant, are in a different position than the public. We are the applicant under this application and not simply just a member of the public. So we have, we don't think the rule applies.
And Mr. Steady,
I'm going to actually defer to Marty on that. I think
Okay.
this is his arena.
Mr. Shelby?
That, again, this is unusual in the sense that this is the first time that has been raised before. So I'm not going to pass ultimately on the merits of whether I agree or disagree. Council does have a choice. If it chooses to want to reconsider, it can do one of two things. It can either accept Mr. Steady's argument, or it could, by 5 votes, waive the rule. Either way, I can't say, I just gave you a plain reading, but I will tell you that this is a legislative matter. I will also state that it is tied to a quasi-judicial matter that was on the agenda for the same evening. So therefore, as an applicant, he is an applicant to this, but as a private property rights, it is, while it's a new argument, I think it's one that I would have to consider as to whether or not that is in fact imposing upon him as an applicant a greater burden than it would be for a member of the public, because they have certain private property rights that attach. That's a long answer.
So, Mr. Steady, I think we need an answer from the city of what's defensible, what's not defensible, what the interpretation.
May I ask, I have a question.
I think we need, hold on,
We're
everybody.
talking about the council's rules here.
Yes, these are.
No, but what is what is defensible, what is public, and does the applicant have a right that is not defined in that rule?
I just want to hear the rule again. That's all I want.
Okay, stand by.
Put it on the,
We'll get to it, I promise.
Elmo?
Go ahead,
Would that be-
please.
We'll get to it.
And it could be put on the monitors, please? On the council monitors?
12, or excuse me, 3B12 right there.
Could you zoom in, is that possible?
Everybody see that?
Yes.
As the council's looking at it, just to reiterate, this is one of those where I'm trying to respect what our position is and Marty's, and I really do, I'm happy to always give an opinion, but I really think this is Marty's arena for him to decide. Marty?
And my position is, if you have an opinion, speaking as city attorney for the municipal corporation, acting in the city's interest, both of city council and the administration, but the city as a whole, then I certainly think council would benefit from your opinion in making its decision.
Can I ask a question while he's thinking about that?
Go ahead, Councilman Carlson.
Mr.
We'll give
Steady,
you 2 minutes to think.
Two questions while you're multitasking. I think one of the issues that Ms. McLaren put forward is, I don't remember the exact words, but it in effect a deficient record. My recollection is that the applicant's attorney fully explained to us that Live Local was a possibility. We all know what Live Local is. There are Live Local projects in the city of Tampa. We're aware of the legislation. So my first question, how could it possibly be a deficient record when the applicant's attorney fully went through it? Despite the fact that our attorney said we shouldn't consider it, we're aware of it. The second question, I'll ask both at the same time. The second question is, can you just explain what the process is for Live Local? I think the point that Ms. Wells was making is that it's a separate process altogether. I mean, first of all, as I recall, you have to have 40% affordable housing. And so if it's true, and I'm asking if it's true and what the process is, if it's true that they have to go through a completely different process, then it seems to be moot. Because they could apply for Live Local now.
Right.
They could apply for Live Local whatever we change it to. So Live Local is a separate process altogether, and although we're aware of it and the applicant made their case, it seems like it's not really relevant to the decision that was made in this case, because whether we approve it or not, they can still use Live Local.
First of all, I agree with both your points. Reviewing the record, it was discussed. You were aware of it. Clearly, Ms. Wells, though, said more not consider it, but more this is what you should consider. I think the record reflects that. So that's where I disagree that she didn't say no. It was more this is what you should be considering for the comprehensive plan.
And it doesn't mean that we didn't consider it.
Right.
It just means that was her recommendation.
Right,
Could you
right.
just tell us quickly what the process is for Live
All right,
Local?
so Live Local, frankly, I've never done a Live Local. It is a totally separate process. And I'm happy if somebody else with staff knows, but it is a totally separate process. But I'm not that familiar with it.
If they wouldn't have used this process or this application to apply for Live Local, they would have had to go through a
Right, the
different
whole
process
idea with Live
altogether.
Local is it cuts through the local process. It's an alternative to it by the state to basically say, I do know enough to know that it's a separate process provided by state statute to provide for housing, but it also allows avoidance of certain local government requirements. And it is a process that you could pursue either option.
I will tell you that prior to this hearing, knowing that this might have been an issue, I actually requested that legal be prepared to have somebody here to speak to Live Local, and that did not occur. That was really frustrating that evening, by the way, FYI. Because I had asked for somebody to be here to be a subject matter expert, and they were not here.
Well, I apologize,
Yeah,
Chair.
yeah.
Still, my point, which you agreed with, I think, is it's a
Yes.
separate process altogether.
Yes.
If they want Live Local now, or even if we change this, there are certain restrictions, I think, to certain limitations to applying for Live Local.
Right,
But
yes.
pretty much any property owner can apply for Live Local. They just have to meet the 40% affordable housing requirement and everything else.
Right,
But
agreed.
this process, that was irrelevant to this process because it's a separate application altogether.
Agreed.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
So, Mr. Shelby, if I am correct at looking at this that was put on the Wolf, our rules say that this is not subject to reconsideration unless we vote with a supermajority to waive our rules. Do I understand that correctly?
It says what it says, but generally you also have a section of waivers that allow you to do that with a supermajority vote. and it
That's what I
doesn't.
just said.
No, yes, but there's two separate sections, but the short answer is yes.
Thank you.
Except that we have this disagreement of law from the applicant and not a definitive answer from the city, whether the request by the public considers, that the public is considered an applicant. We don't have an answer to that.
I mean,
Can y'all take a sidebar to resolve that issue?
What, a 5-minute sidebar?
Yeah, sidebar, so can the city take a sidebar to resolve that issue so that you have an official opinion on it? Maybe you could consult with somebody to, like,
On this
Well,
on whether public is the applicant?
The question is,
that was not my
whether or
question.
not I opine to it. It's to council's rules, and the question is if a council rule affects a substantive right because we did not rule correctly, they still may very well have a cause of action.
Okay, Councilwoman Hurtak.
So my point was just simply to ask, this is our rule, and in order to suspend waive our rule, we have to have a supermajority. And the answer was yes, and that was all I wanted to know. So I think we can call the question, right? I mean, doesn't someone who voted opposite of the
No, to waive the rules could be anybody.
yeah.
So, may I, Mr. Chair?
So we need so in order to go any further, we need a motion to waive the rules.
Councilman Viera.
Ma'am, so there's, before I make that motion, which I'm prepared to make, the issue is, does the party, is that the public? That's the issue in dispute before we see if we need a supermajority, right?
The answer is if a supermajority exists, then the issue becomes moot in this case because then the next
If I may,
motion in
Mr.
order
Shelby,
would be.
If I may, it says request by the public for reconsideration of legislative matters, okay? To overrule that, we need to have a supermajority. But for that to come into effect, it's got to be the public asking for reconsideration. Does the applicant, are they considered the public?
It's a point of law.
That's the issue, right? That's the issue. So I suggest that we be efficient about it. Number one, see, are they a member of the public? Are they that? And then if we're going to waive it, if we are required to waive it, if we're not required to waive it, then we can see if somebody on the winning side is willing to make the vote. Two-step process.
I have 5 minutes to confer with the city attorney.
I think that's a good idea. We are going to be recessed. We'll reconvene at 2:16.
Thank you.
Oh, no, I don't want to do it. No. Okay. Yeah, I think so. I'd like to call this city council back to order. Roll call, please.
Miranda. Maniscalco. Hurtak. Young. Vieira. Carlson. And Clendenin.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
Mr. Shelby, would you like to speak?
Yes, Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. Council, follow along with me if you can, and if there's a question or confusion, let me know. Right now, we're arguing, conferring, and I've had the opportunity to talk in private with the city attorney, the two of us specific to this provision. And what it says, for the purposes of this record, under Rule 3B12, which is the subject of your discussion, requests by the public for reconsideration of legislative matters. It's under the meetings section of the Rules of Procedure. It says amendments to the City of Tampa's comprehensive plan, including text and map amendments, are not subject to reconsideration. Now, if you go to the order of business under Rule 3B2, it lists the order of business, and Mr. Chairman, you arrived at it this afternoon. And we're talking specifically about 2G, requests by the public for reconsideration of legislative matters. That is the point in the public that is the point in your meeting when City Council entertains requests for motions of reconsideration. That's what happened today in this case. This was the appropriate time for City Council to take up this issue. Mr. McLaren's client also happens to be an applicant. But by reading of this, what it really takes it to mean is this is the point in time that those other than members of City Council, who were stated here to be members of the public, there's members of the City Council and there's members of the public. This is the time when members other than City Council can bring up a motion to reconsider. So it is my determination, after consultation with the city attorney, that requests by the public for reconsideration of legislative matters refers to the public as those other than City Council, who under your rules can bring up your own motions to reconsider at either during the meeting or at the next regular meeting. Any questions, please?
So you need 5 votes.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Councilor Viera.
So in other words, right now, we don't have to ask for rule waiver, and the requisite rule would be to reconsider by somebody on the winning side. Is that your opinion?
No, sir.
Okay, then I
Anybody
misread.
can make a motion to waive the rules when it comes time for reconsider,
Yeah.
because it's a two-step process.
Mm-hmm.
The waiver of the rules say, Rule 9A, these rules, oh no, this is 9B. Any of the foregoing rules may be temporarily suspended for the meeting then in session by a supermajority vote of 5 or more members unless such waiver is in conflict with the city charter or state or local law. I'm not familiar with any provision of the city charter or state or
Let me
local
ask
law
a
that applies.
clarifying question.
So this is a threshold. If you want to get to whether or not to reconsider, you need 5 votes in the affirmative made by any member, both who is on the prevailing side or not, to waive the rules so you can get to the point of reconsidering a decision, a vote on the comprehensive plan.
Is that unless a member of the city council requested to reconsider? Because that wouldn't be a public. So a member of city council could reconsider this with just a majority vote?
Well, I think the record in this case makes it clear that it came to council's attention by somebody appearing at this point in the agenda, which is a reconsideration by the public for legislative matters.
But if a council decided to adopt this cause and they wanted to
Then
make-
it's just as usual, and you've done this before during this provision, it's on council's motion ultimately, but it's at the request of a particular party who stands up here and requests it.
Okay.
May I ask one quick
I
question?
meant-
And
did you want to
if Lynn or
Councilman Viera.
yes, sir. So, correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't there a statement that this rule wouldn't be implicated because it says requests by the public for reconsideration is a party, a member of the public?
Our determination is the answer is yes, because
Okay, then that's it.
and to answer your question very specifically, everybody other than a member of the city council is a member of the public.
Okay. Asked and answered.
Can I ask
Okay.
one more question?
Mr. Chairman, may I be heard on that issue, please?
Let me recognize Councilman Carlson first, then I'll revisit you. Councilman Carlson.
Marty, Marty, if we don't make a motion, then nothing happens. So we don't have to make a motion against it. We just either make a motion to pass it or we do nothing. We don't have to make a motion to say we're not going to do it. We either make a motion in favor of it or we make no motion, correct?
If there is no motion to waive the rules, there's nothing you can make a motion on.
So, may I make a motion? This will
Count-
indulge this.
Councilman
And I know
Vieira.
Mr. McLaren wanted to say something, but I'll make my motion if I may. I make a motion to waive the rules, and I will take it that those who vote for this waiver of the rules would be in favor of a reconsideration, by the way. So I do make that motion if I have a second. And I know Mr. McLaren wanted to speak. I'll leave that up to you, Mr. Chairman, that is my motion.
Mr. McLaren, I'll recognize you
No,
first.
no, I'm sorry, there's a motion that was made. Is there a second to that
Well,
motion?
no, I'm the chair. I can recognize you, because he wanted to speak before he did that. just
Oh,
wanted
I
to
see.
recognize-
So you don't want a second before?
Not yet, yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I just wanted to point out that, the words public and the words applicant are used differently and separately throughout your rules. There's a public, time for public comment, and there's a time for the applicant comment. And so we believe that the public does not it refers to a separate than the applicant. The rights are different. If the applicant gets approval from the council, then the applicant can move forward with a development. If the ruling's in favor of the public, that's not true. So the rights are different, and I just wanted to point that out. And just for the record, we object. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. So we have a motion from Councilman Vieira. Is there a second?
The answer to your question is motions of reconsider require, and your rules state that, and so does Robert's rules, the motion to make a motion to reconsider can only be made by somebody who's on the prevailing side. In this case, it was somebody who supported the vote to deny. But what you have in front of you now is just a motion to waive the rules to see if you could even get to that point. This is a threshold question.
All right.
But that requires 5 votes, a supermajority.
So we have a motion from Councilman Vieira. Second?
I second it because I want to finish this discussion one way or the other.
Okay, we have a motion from Councilman Vieira, second from Councilman Miranda.
If I may. It is a motion we have been advised that this rule is implicated as a request by the public for reconsideration of legislative matters. Amendments to Tampa's comprehensive plan, including text amendment, are not subject to reconsideration. My motion is to waive the rules so we can potentially have a motion for reconsideration. That is my motion.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none. Roll call, please.
Hurtak,
No.
Young, Vieira, Carlson, Miranda,
Yes?
Maniscalco, and Clendenin.
Yes.
Motion failed due to lack of majority vote.
Okay. No, it's
No,
four.
you need 5.
The supermajority, you need.
Hurtak, Carlson, and Maniscalco voting no.
Well, we shortened it.
Yeah. That's why.
Thank you.
One way or the other.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
thank you. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Okay, so we are now moving to our consent agenda. We have the Public Safety Committee.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Hurtak.
Actually, these people are here for a time certain, and in 5 minutes, we have our,
We should be able to get through this real quick. This is-
no, I got stuff to say. It's not gonna be 5 minutes.
Yeah, but let's stick to the agenda though.
No,
Want to pull the item?
we have our.
These folks have been here, and they were supposed to be heard at 1:30.
Which, is there a will, somebody from council want to change the agenda? That's fine. I need a motion.
I make a motion to hear the 1:30. Although, we only have 4 minutes till we have to hear the 2:30.
Yeah, so.
That's what I'm saying, it's like, it's a domino effect. I mean, it's gonna be a domino. And then, yeah.
Do we go consent agenda?
I have a motion, and I have a second.
What's the motion?
The motion is to hear the 1:30 hearing now before we hear anything else.
And question on the motion, if I may, was there a specific, I was out last week, did we agree to have it at 1:30? At that time? Okay, so this is what I'm gonna do, council. Since that request was made before the request for Local 754, I will support it because that promise was made before. What I would ask folks is, since we do have items in the agenda, let's go with some vigor. That's all I'm saying. Let's, to be respectful of other people. Since that was scheduled before, I can respect that.
Okay. We have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak. We have a second from Councilman Maniscalco to open up the 1:30 hearing. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it unanimously. Can I get a motion to open up public
So
hearings?
Second.
We have a motion from Councilman Miranda, a second from Councilman Hurtak to open up the public hearings. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. If you're here in the,
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Martin Shelby, City Council. Was the motion, forgive me, I might have been distracted. You said public hearings. All of the 1/3,
all public hearings.
all public hearings.
Yes, all public hearings. So, if you are here in the public and you are planning to provide testimony to the public hearings today, please stand. What's that? Please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in by our clerk.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to provide today is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Thank you very much. And here we go. Let me get back on the page of the 130s. Okay. Who's going to present?
I think Ms. Pope is online.
Is GC Pope online? Okay. We can't see.
Stephanie
yet.
Pope,
Stephanie,
Development
we don't see yet.
Coordination.
Hold on a second. Let's get our IT folks together. Yes. Stephanie, were you sworn in?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. We see you now. Thank you. Proceed.
Thank you. Stephanie Pope, Development Coordination. Item number 47 is RAZ 25-117. This item was originally brought before you for second reading on February 5th, 2026. This item is a rezoning request for the property located at 4202 West Spruce Street. The request is to rezone from RS 50 and PD to PD Plan Development for residential multifamily. Revisions were completed and certified plans submitted to the clerk's office. There are no waivers as part of this request. The applicant met with the community as directed by council and is here to answer any questions, and I'm available if you have any
Does
questions.
council have any questions of Ms. Pope? Hearing none. Applicant?
Good afternoon, Council. Alex Shaler, 400 North Ashley Drive. I just have a couple slides that I'll run through pretty briefly. I wanted to start by kind of the evolution of this project. This has changed significantly since the initial filing back in 2024. And I think that I focused a lot during the first reading on this case in how those changes resulted in our ability to remove all of the previously requested waivers. So that's still the case. This final plan before you is completely waiver-free. It's 100% code compliant. But I think I failed to touch on the fact that a lot of those changes, while they remedied inconsistencies from staff, they also addressed a lot of the concerns that were raised in our different meetings with the neighborhood. There were some concerns originally that the building was too high. We lowered the building height adjacent to the single family to 4 stories. There were concerns that the building was too close to the residential homes. We provided the 35-foot code compliant setback. That setback is a requirement of the West Shore Overlay District specifically for properties adjacent to single family. This was contemplated in the writing of the overlay that there would be compatibility concerns with multifamily projects and single family residential homes. The original proposal had a drive aisle located along the southern property line. There were concerns that the neighborhood raised about noise of people driving there along their fence lines at night. We completely redid the internal circulation of the site and provided that area now as green space. The access portion externally, that wasn't even brought up by staff. You heard in some testimony a couple weeks ago, as well as with the prior proposal, that there are some concerns with traffic in this area. This is a congested area. But a lot of those concerns were localized to Lois, which understandably so, that's the access point for the neighborhood. So we took the access point and we moved it to Spruce. All of the project access is along Spruce, both the loading and service, as well as the full entrance and exit for the residents. I think that there can be sometimes a misconception in that when folks show up here and take time out of their days, which is I know it's a lot to come here, especially, with the longer agenda. And I think that there's a misconception that there hasn't been an open line of communication between the applicant or the developer and the neighborhood. And most of the times, that's not the case, and it's especially not the case here. We met with the Civic Association first back in August of 2024. That was almost a year and a half ago when we came forward with the original proposal. Since then, the developer has met with either the Civic Association body or with board members of the Civic Association 5 different times throughout the course of 2025. The latest meeting of which was Tuesday of this past week. And Chris Zimmerman, the applicant, is here if you all have any questions about that specific meeting. But I would be very naive to say that we are not aware of any further issues because obviously there are still concerns from the public. But we have done our best to address those. And again, I would just like to remind council that within your purview is an application that's being presented that's fully consistent across every reviewing department in the city, as well as completely waiver-free and 100% code compliant. So with that, I'm happy to answer questions, but that's all I have.
Does council have any questions? Councilman Miranda, your light's on. Did you have a question? Oh, what? Okay, very good. No questions? Okay, very good. Okay, anybody in the public wishes to speak to this item, you can line up. Let's do 5 at a time so that people can be comfortable. If you line up 5 at a time against the wall to the right, we'll call you up 1 at a time. When you're called to the podium, approach the podium. If you have a speaker waiver form, well, we don't do speaker waiver forms, never mind. We do, I'm sorry, we do. If you have a speaker waiver form, please present it to our attorney, Mr. Shelby, and then you'll go back to the podium. You'll start with your name, and you'll get 3 minutes. But everybody start with your name. Like I say, you only have to line up 5 at a time so you guys can stay comfortable, because each person gets 3 minutes, so it takes a while to get through this process. So remain comfortable as you want to.
Thank you.
Very good.
And when I, thank you. And when I do get the speaker, Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney, and when you do give me the speaker waiver form, I am going to ask that the people who have placed their name on the speaker waiver form verbally, so I can hear it, acknowledge their presence, so I can check off your name and give the speaker an extra minute for each one of the 3 minutes you waive. Ms. Sutton has 2 names, Ronsalea Mortimer. Okay, just speak up, I see you. Maurice Green, thank you. 2 additional minutes for a total of 5.
Thank you. Start with your name, and you'll have 5 minutes.
Okay. Veronica Sutton. I am a 23-year resident of Carver City, and I'm in opposition of REZ 25-117. During the February 5th council meeting, you were told that our claims regarding sinkhole activity and severe cracking and foundation concerns were purely speculation. I have receipts and pictures to show that our concerns are true and valid. On pages 1 through 4, my home was currently remediated sinkhole property in 2009. We had 36 helical piers placed under our home to stabilize it, $43,295. In 2010, we had an addition placed on our home, which included another 12 helical piers added for another $14,000. That's page 5 through 7. On pages 1 through 7, you'll see the receipts, and you'll also see the description of the work. On page 8 is the City of Tampa subsidence map, which denotes gradual or sinking of land area. The map, along with the pictures provided, will show visible severe cracking, foundation concerns, and sinkhole remediation information. If you look on your map, we'll start here with the property on 1908 West Lois. There is cracking, and this is 1 year after corrective measures were taken. 4203, which is my house, shows the official remediated sinkhole property. 4207, damage corrective measures were taken. You go across the street to 4206, they have a observed land subsidence in the front yard. That's just a depression in the front yard that keeps getting bigger. If we go to 4214, there's an official record of an unremediated land subsidence. If you look at 4218, there's an official record of remediated land subsidence. 4210, page 10 of your packet. Severe wall cracks, sinkhole remediation was completed there between 2005 and 2007, and it's still now having severe wall cracking. 4222, West Union observed cracking on the structure. We go to Main Street, which is directly behind another apartment complex. Observed interior and exterior cracking per owner. 4305 West Main Street, you have pictures. The house is uninhabitable. Observed interior and exterior damage. 4307, official record, unremediated land subsidence. 4317 West Main Street, page 13, you have the picture, official record of remediated and land subsidence. 4312 West Main Street, page 14, the property is vacated due to severe cracks to the property. 4222 West Main Street, observed cracks on the house, and 1801 North Main Street, observed cracks on the house. I'm sorry, 1801 North Manhattan Street. We need to be included with access to the geotech findings for the buildings. We need documented assurances regarding our property, managing throughout the prep, building process, and after. Questions about financial liability if damages occur, how the residents can access these funds, and for how long, even if the property is stolen. Having traditional neighborhoods can also represent the broader Tampa concept by mixing the old with the new. Growth should be added responsibly. We have enough apartments already surrounding us. Please allow us to keep our heritage neighborhood of Carver City safe and vote no for the apartment complex. Protecting neighborhoods is important too. And if you look back to the map, you can see that we're surrounded by apartments. We have apartments across the street here on Spruce. We have apartments here. We have apartments there. And this company has also been approved for apartments to go right here on this corner. So that's over 800 units and almost 1,000 parking spaces that we'll be dealing with the traffic and also all of the other concerns listed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker. Start with your name. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Rhonda Campbell, and I am the president of the Neighborhood Association. And I want to talk about the traffic. Well, I've been in the neighborhood for 64 years, seen a lot of changes, a lot of stuff going on around us. So we are respectfully requesting a cumulative traffic impact study prior to the proposed 400-unit development being approved. Currently, we have approximately 5 apartment complexes and about 1,000 homes in our community within a 2-mile radius. Our primary access corridors are Spruce, Lois, which is difficult to cross by car or foot, Manhattan, which currently supports an exceptional center, K-8 school, high school, fire department, and numerous businesses. Based on standard multifamily trimp generation rates, not including cumulative impact from additional nearby developments, we anticipate approximately an additional 184 vehicles during the peak hour and 252 vehicles, that's in the morning, and in the afternoon, 252. The community supports responsible growth. However, given documented sinkhole activity, existing roadway constraints, school traffic congestion, public safety considerations, additional density should not be approved without a comprehensive review. Because right now we're blocked in. I reside in Lincoln Gardens. We can only get out on Spruce or Dale Mabry. There are times, I'm a teacher, so I get home early. But if I want to leave my house at 5 o'clock, I cannot get out of the neighborhood. And there's already one apartment complex you have approved that will be off of Spruce Street. Having this complex will lead to another problem. And Carver City, to be honest with you, has a major problem with sinkholes. And I don't know if the community can support or the land another apartment complex coming in. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. Good day. My name is Sheila Downing, and I guess my 3 minutes starts now. So, question, what do the future of Tampa holds for the homeowners of Carver City and Lincoln Gardens? We have built the heritage. We piggyback off of 60, 70, 80-year residents over there. We built the heritage over there, which has been stripped from us. We have made concession after concession. We have adapted to change after change. They have poured thousands and thousands of vehicles into that neighborhood. I reside at 4022 West LaSalle Street. I come out every day and I look like a complete lunatic, trying to flag people down to stop from almost running over our animals, our kids. They do not care. They just want to get from off of Lois, go through all of the side roads to get to Spruce over there. It is a madhouse, and you all have to live there to see it. Coming here to explain to you is not an answer. You have to see it to believe it. I asked that the traffic study take place. The contractors, yes, they have made some changes and some modifications, but what modifications did they bring to the community? No additional signs, no safety precautions. They have not given us speed bumps to slow the cars down. You're talking about putting tens of thousands of people on roadways that haven't been expanded. I mean, we're trapped in here. There's a 10-city block. We're trapped from all day long. We are trapped in this community. So we appreciate some of the concessions that they made, but we've been given 20 years. We're now, 15, 18 years of giving concessions. And there's more cars, there's more properties, there's more damages over there, and it's not safe for any of us. Let the interstate back up and they shoot down Lois, they shoot down all the side streets to get around by the airport. You have to be there to see it. Try coming there 6, 4, 5, anywhere from 3 to 8, you can't get out of this neighborhood. So we ask that you kindly reject or oppose anything. We have no additional sidewalks. We have nothing for the kids, for anything safety for the kids and the crosswalks. There is nothing. It's oversaturated with people everywhere. There's no room for kids and animals no more. There's no real community. It's Airbnbs. It's nothing but a business development. So I hold true to what do the city of Tampa hold for us? And that'll be all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please. Start with your name.
My name is Gloradine McNair, and I have lived in this community since 1967. First living in the home with my parents, a property that is across the street from the homes abutting the proposed building site, and later constructing my home at 4321 West Green Street, the corner of Green and Manhattan. In all of the years that I've lived in the community, it is not until recently that I witnessed flooding in unlevel streets on Manhattan, which was once very smooth and now showing structural changes. It is now wavering. Lois Avenue and southern end of Manhattan in the community experienced flooding during the last hurricane, a first time to my knowledge. These are changes I am noticing only since the construction of the many high-rise buildings. Single-family dwellings abutting the proposed construction site are already experiencing structural damage, which, as I recall, started when the building on the site was built. In addition to these concerns, I have concerns about our safety navigating the community. I live west of Lois, but have family east of Lois. It is very dangerous crossing Lois to get to the east side and visit them. I'm personally concerned because I have an elderly sister that must navigate Lois to get to my home. I ask that you please strongly consider our concerns, rights, and the recommendations of the community when making the decision regarding the structure to be built on the site, and not allow a structure of that magnitude to go up. I noticed that it lowered some of the structure on the back end, but I would further recommend that all levels be no higher than 4. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please. Start with your name.
My name is Ruby Dean Daniels, D-E-A-N. My middle name is spelled that way. I live at 4316 West Main Street. That's in between Manhattan and Hubert. As you know, on Manhattan, as far as safety, I just piggyback on everything that everybody's saying as far as our community and our neighborhood. I just want you all to consider and take into consideration, just read up on the legacy of Carver City and Lincoln Garden, how we got it. We keep hearing everybody say redevelop and develop. How can you redevelop something or develop something that when it was given to us and say, hey, you can live here, this is your property, make it a community. It was only a few houses put there, so how can you redevelop that? So I just want to know, as far as for safety, I just want to know why we can't have nothing and make it something and keep it and say that we have a community, we have a neighborhood. Nobody had to come in and put special housing there for the government to take care of. We accepted what the government or whoever was in control gave us. We made it what it is, a neighborhood, a community with family and humans in it and children. And they're absolutely correct. It's not even safe for your animal to even walk. We have our dogs that, especially our dogs, the smallest one will protect us and bark because of all the traffic that's coming down. Not only the traffic, it's loud noises and everything. We got the Airbnb. I have to beg somebody to get out of my parking space, get out of the parking space in the driveway so I can get in my driveway. And you're gonna ask me why? And with the gun law, my mom gets upset, don't say nothing, D, just come on in the house. I said, well, I'm just gonna call TPD everybody, the sheriff and everybody, because he shouldn't ask me why. They don't live there. It's for single family homes and they need to stay as single family homes. It takes me, I can't even get out of the driveway walking. 7 minutes just to cross the street. Nobody has respect. On Main Street, you got Ybor, you got Manhattan, and they come off of Union Street, where they're trying to build the apartments or whatever they're trying to build. Those people that's gonna be staying there, they probably won't stay there that long. They don't know what we have there. We have as a community that's there. We could share things and share light. So I thank y'all for listening. I just want you to hear our voices. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Start with your name. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon.
Do you have a speaker waiver form?
There we go, thank you.
Here's a microphone.
Mariam Arvanitis? Thank you. I see one name, that's 4 minutes.
Thank you. Start with your name. You'll have 4 minutes.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me now? Good afternoon. My name is Catherine Davis, and my home is also on Union Street. Well, I grew up in Lincoln Gardens from the age of 5 until 21. So I've seen many changes. I've seen things going on, some good, some bad, some worse. And I moved into Carver City in 1988. My late husband, Bishop Francis Davis, he built the house in '67, one of the first on the street. It was constructed by the first builder, given an opportunity to help segregated African-American veterans build their homes and establish communities. And I've seen the traffic. They're talking about the traffic. It is so terrible. It's messy. You can't get out. I mean, if you're down on Del Maybe, if you know what I'm talking about, the traffic is all the way down past Lois Avenue. You can't get out, you can't get in, and it's a mess, okay? And you have to pick your times to get out. You pick your times to come back in. This is truly sad to me, and it breaks my heart to see that our community does not have an official historic neighborhood designation. But our heritage and our history must not be forgotten. Our safety, our quality of life, and our homes must not be overshadowed or overtaken by high-density commercial buildings. You know, our heritage neighborhood is a single-family residential area with homes where we want our children, our grandchildren, even our great-grandchildren to be able to carry on the legacy that was birthed in that land and on that land. This land was not given to us. We paid for this land and the property. We paid for the home. We paid for the homes. And this is an important part of the history of Carver City, Lincoln Garden, and of Tampa, a history that our neighbors, my neighbors and I are trying to protect. This project will make things worse and will continue to weaken our properties, and who will pay the price? We will. But why should we have to suffer the loss? The continued targeting of our area for high-density buildings and housing is putting our homes in danger. The landfill origin and thereby vibration from other projects have already caused our fragile homes to begin deteriorating. Many of us have to repair the foundations, like my neighbor said, and the houses are moving. Heavy equipment driven by past for a distance when our once less desirable but now coveted neighborhood. I ask that you deny this development in order to have our homes to be safe and to preserve our history. Now tell me, how much more after hearing this can our properties actually take? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please. Start with your name. You'll have 3 minutes. I see you have handouts if you want to show them to us.
My name is Cheryl Davis. Anthony, my mother and father, I live on 4213 Union Street. I was raised there. We came to this community about 67, 68. And we like to keep our heritage, our community that way. There was a hard time finding some of the soldiers that the black soldiers that the land was given to. And I like to read this if I can. Our community was designed and zoned for density single-family resident. This is validated by the United States Army Service, which has fit to seek property in the inner city during the Jim Crow era. This was to assure colored men, women were fighting for the country will be shown consideration to be able to make purchase, to build homes, community, to raise families, allowing us out this land. So I live 4213 Union, and I'm right behind where the complex is going to go. My father, when they were building the recreation center, all the apartments that's already there on Spruce, the International Mall, my father was very ill. And sometimes when all the demolitions or the building is going up, he would wake up in a rage. So I'm just wondering how some of the elders now, with all this other building and going around our areas, how they are feeling about all this. Because our land, some of the sidewalks are cracked, the streets are cracking. I know they put overlay on the streets. Some of the streets are cracked. One day I came home and I was wondering why the water is running. From somewhere, the city had to come out. They're always repairing the streets, whatever they're laying out. So I'm saying to you, we cannot stand another complex in our area. What it's going to take? Are we going to be sinking down in the ground before anybody realize this? We live here, and we love our neighborhood. I grew up in that neighborhood, and I thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a beautiful afternoon. Next speaker, please. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Wanda Williams, and I'm here to discuss the preservation of my neighborhood. I've lived in both neighborhoods, Lincoln Garden and Carver City, and I just want to talk about the people that lived in the neighborhood. I have 3 points. Number one, we started here. According to my family's birth records, we've been in the area for approximately 1.6 centuries, or 161 years. My family has owned property for over 7 decades in Lincoln Gardens and over 5 decades in Carver City. My grandfather served in the United States Air Force. He was trained at Tuskegee University as an airman. He participated in World War II air missions in North Africa and many other places around the world. He was assigned to MacDill Air Force Base after World War II, and he faced housing discrimination and could not live on the base. So 7 decades ago, he purchased property in Lincoln Gardens, which we still presently own today. My grandmother was an educator in Hillsborough County Schools for over 41 years. She educated hundreds of students in her community and throughout Hillsborough County. My family members were educated at local elementary schools, middle schools, high schools within the county, and we have 4 generations of graduates from Florida A&M University. This level of education has afforded us an opportunity to serve our community in many occupations, such as educators, business, pharmacists, and other professions. But our community is made up of many occupations and organizations that have served our community faithfully. We're asking for an opportunity to preserve this great community and heritage that we have come to love. We would like to preserve our community without the addition of tall buildings, increased traffic, and overpopulation. We would like to keep our community as it is. Please consider the request of us who have lived for many generations and many decades in that community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wanda. Next speaker, please. Start with your name. You have 3 minutes.
1 second.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, how do I zoom out a little bit?
Ms. Kopesky will come up and help you out.
Laelina.
Is she there?
Lyalina, there she is.
Thank you. Victoria Jones?
Victoria
Thank
Jones.
you. Irina Papakar?
She's there.
That's 3, okay, 6 minutes total.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
You start with your name. You'll have 6 minutes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Anna Laelina, and I am a resident on the Union Street, adjacent directly to the site, proposed site. I would like to remind you of this map that we have been referencing. In this close proximity to the buildings, only the 4- and 5-story buildings, and there's only practically all of these ones. Other multifamily ones, commercial ones, do have streets, but these don't behind them. And there's only one adjacent to single-family lots, which is 5. The proposed site would be adjacent to 11 single-family lots. All surrounding buildings have vacancies. These green dots indicate that. The records as of 2/18/2026, your second or third page has the reference from online resources on that, and the amount of available units at this point, considering MetWest is literally building 375, and the sister site of this developer is proposing up to 410. We heard there'll be a lesser amount of units, but they're approved for 410. Our concerns remain the same since the last year, and there has been references to how many times the developer met with us, and I confirm that. I presently was at most of them, but I would like to stress your attention to the fact that those concerns haven't changed and they have not been addressed. Last year, I emailed the developer suggesting warranties to the residents to protect our homes, and I have not received a response. Prior to the January hearing, there was no meeting with the community residents to present the new plan or address our concerns. Following the City Council's request from February 5th, on the 12th, we were told that there will be a meeting, which we received an email about on 16th to be scheduled on 17th. Today is 19th. At that meeting, we were invited to share our concerns. I'm sorry, we've expressed that multiple times. However, there was no defined action plan was presented. No enforceable warranties were offered. A visual inspection tied to an insurance extension during construction was mentioned. It was offered, but without any specific language, financial commitments, or measurable protections to the community. Our questions after the meeting for the details and specifics were not answered. I don't think I've spoken my whole time. I proposed the warranties. I proposed a form of a fund, a form of a budgetary reserve. But we were told that none of those were an option or considered at the point there was no information about it. We were informed that the preliminary geotechnical report was prepared for 7 stories, but it was not disclosed to us, and despite our continued reliance on the prior geotech report, which explicitly warned how the construction of a much smaller building must be extremely careful given the land where the site plan is and the landfill nature. And we all know that construction traffic and heavy equipment and sustained vibrations affect surrounding streets and foundation, and that is not a speculations. Residents also at the meeting proposed a reduction in height to 4 stories altogether to keep the residential heritage look. Well, not heritage, it's apartments, not single families, but to keep it together because we understand something's coming. That option was denied. Following the council's directive to address community concern, no binding protections were produced at this point. And I have strong reasons to believe that unless specific enforceable language is made a condition to the rezoning, not entitlements further, not permitting, which happens way later, we don't know who's gonna be there and what's gonna be there. But right now, at the rezoning, the burden of potential damages will fall entirely on the community. I have personally gone door to door about 70% of the community previously, and aside from a few newer homes, obviously they're built better, residents consistently express concern about structural risk and financial exposure. These are not abstract fears, they're based on experience that's been proven and shown. The community is also concerned about further strain on already strained infrastructure. The revised site plan is presented as a gesture that we may meet to code, but I would like to point attention that it's given 10% increase in units counts, therefore more traffic, and mentioned that we only talk about Lewis. That's not really true. We've always talked about Spruce. Last time there was a lady from Villa Sonoma who lives on the community on Spruce. They're overloaded with traffic. Please consider this sufficient to decline.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next.
Good afternoon. I'm Carolyn Collins. I live at 4002 West LaSalle Street, Tampa, 33607. I've been at that location that I built there 52, 53 years. Prior to that, I bought my husband and I, we bought his father's sister home that's at 4119 West Arch Street. And prior to going away and returning home after college, we also lived in that house. I also worked in Carver City, back in the back behind where Roland Park is, on the recreation site that was there for the city of Tampa. And then I went to Lincoln Garden and I worked there at the recreation site where the church now sits. So I've been in the area for a long time, and basically I'm going to be very limited. I think they've said enough. I just want to indicate a couple of points. When we look at new development in any area of the city, and we're looking at any proposed new development, and particularly in single-family home area, we always going to have to deal with perhaps some problems, whether it's high density or significant risk to safety, environmental issues for the residents that live in that area. Florida has a problem. You've heard a lot about the sinkholes, and we do have a problem in Florida with the limestone-based geological surfaces that we have here, and the individuals are doing it. I'm going to be clear. We kind of figured they are going to be approved. All the other apartments around us were approved. What we're asking you to do, reduce the population increase that's going to come as a result of them, and reduce the height, and then don't do any more. We can constantly keep coming, and then our children come and our grandchildren come, and we're going to probably be beat down in the ground because that's what's happening. That's why we're having the flooding, et cetera, that's going on now. All these years I've been there, I've never saw flooding. The police had to stop me, and I couldn't go to my home. I had to go around them and say, sir, I live right there, and I'm going home. So they allowed me to turn and go down to my street. Never had that in over 60 years. So we know, and when I ask them what's happening, oh, well, just keep building out here and keep beating down the ground and beating down, and that's where we're going to be going. Tired of seeing snakes, tired of seeing alligators. Go down to the fire department. They were down there. Everybody thought it was cute until they started running out. is not cute. So what we're gonna say, and what you've heard, traffic congestion, we used to be able to get out on Cypress, Lois, Dale Mabry, and Spruce. You guys already know my story. They've closed it out. We can only get out on Spruce and Lois. So do not lock us in anymore. Please give some reconsideration. I'm not saying not gonna move it, but reduce it, make it sensible to the community. You've heard what everyone had to say. We just simply want to have some improvement in the community
Thank you,
and
Ms.
work
Collins.
with the city. Thank you so
Dr.
much.
Collins. Ms. Sanchez, you're next.
Four names. Delphine Jones, thank you. Adrian Laramie, thank you. Marianne Palavita, thank you. And James Palavita, thank you. Four additional minutes, a total of 7.
Thank you. Ms. Sanchez, start with your name. You'll have 7 minutes.
Good afternoon, City Council. I apologize for all the staples. It's been one of those days. My name is Sandy Sanchez. You've heard part of the history of Carver City, but a little more detail on it. You heard that our Afro-American citizens that were fighting in World War II had no place to stay. That's one of the reasons the second floor was put on the Jackson House. They had to find places to stay with other families or whatever. So the city of Tampa, in their infinite wisdom, decided that they should do something to reward these servicemen. So what they did, because of Jim Crow and segregation, they allotted them to live in an area called Carver City and Lincoln Gardens, which was a landfill. What a reward. Thank you for letting us build on a landfill. The same city that gave them this wonderful present is now trying to take it away by allowing high-density, high-rise projects to be built in the immediately proximity. These homes are structurally fragile. There are sporadic water pressure issues along with electrical outages due to the weak infrastructure, not to mention the major traffic issues that they've told you about. The neighborhood has a right to be scared. Their fears are not unfounded. They are eyewitness to the destruction. They watched as the building of the Laura Ingraham Recreation was being built, and they also saw they had to reconstruct the pool 3 times. If it was poor construction or improvement, they weren't told, but it is still in the memory of those that witnessed it. This proposed apartment complex is the only one in the area that is immediately adjacent to the residential area. Other sites that have been approved in the neighborhood have a public street between them. These streets provide a barrier so they did not jeopardize the size and safety of their surrounding homes. The city has never offered to correct the mistake of selling this property without testing for stability or checking for harmful chemicals. 2 brownfields directly to the east and west of Lois and Spruce landfill have since been identified and recovered. This project is directly on Spruce Lois landfill number 45. Further information is available from the EPC, but it makes you ask the question, does landfill 45 also brownfield? There's no major barrier to this project other than the fence. The developer has persistently proclaimed that they have followed the current comp plan, but they have not. We have supplied you with a number of land use directives to show you that they have not. I'll read a couple of them. Chapter 9, Neighborhoods and Land Use Goals, Objectives, and Policy. Land Use Policy 9.5.4. Utilize single-family categories to maintain the current density and character of existing family areas. Protect areas of the lowest intensity of development that are currently in predominantly single-family residence use that have environmental infrastructure constraints such as environmentally critical issues, unquote. This neighborhood is environmentally critical. The other one I'd like to bring to your attention, and the heading on Chapter 9, it says, neighborhoods and land use. Continue to discover and employ methods that will allow residential, non-residential neighborhoods to develop in a manner that provide a more seamless and harmonious transition of land use, urban neighborhoods. And 9.3.8, it's the intent of the city that the new residential development projects shall be minimally disrupted or adjacent areas. This is disruptive. To achieve this, the city shall assess the potential positive and negative impacts of residential development projects on the physical development pattern and the character of the surrounding areas, and to require mitigation of negative off-site impacts. There is the geophysical report that we have referred to a couple of times. This report was given to the neighborhoods to review at the last minute of the first petition. Nothing has changed. Again, the neighborhood has been an eyewitness of what they fear most, which is the destruction of their homes. Fear that they will not be able to age in place and maintain their quality of life. Their homes, which already have fragile foundation, are in danger of being destroyed. Many have been living with the existing damage because financially they cannot do the repairs. The majority of these residents are senior citizens, original owners. In a few years, it has begun to diversify, with young families being added to the mix. This area is one of the last of the missing middle neighborhoods where affordable housing might be found in the contractors that are aware of the issues. I do want to bring to your attention a couple of things on the geophysical report. The scope of our services, this is from the report, I'm sorry. And limitations, it says, care, and I've highlighted it for you, care should be used when operating the compactor near the existing structure to avoid transmission of vibrations that could cause settlement damage or disturb occupant static mode. Wheeling compactors should be considered adjacent to the existing buildings. It is this regard, a visual survey of the condition of nearby existing buildings prior to the compactor vibration monitoring should be performed. And the other excerpt that I've given you, the scope of our service does not include any environmental assessment or investigation for the presence or absence of wetlands, hazardous, toxic materials. They should be checked. The last hearing, the neighborhood asked for guarantees of some kind of insurance. Their request was never answered. The meeting that you request between the developers still did not come up with any kind of answers. The neighborhood wants some kind of a guarantee for reimbursing damages should the damage be closed. Please deny this petition and protect this heritage community. Thank you.
Next speaker, please. Do you have a waiver form?
Pardon?
Do you have a waiver form?
I do not.
Okay. Very good. Start with your name. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Carol Ann Bennett. I'm a lifelong Tampa resident. Land use goal 9.5 of the comp plan says maintain stability of existing areas. LU policy 9.5.4 says you must protect single-family areas that have environmental or infrastructure constraints. This area was a landfill. The developer is aware of that fact. Many homes have suffered foundation issues and cracked walls. The existing homes are fragile. You've heard testimony about how much money residents have been forced to spend already. How can people afford that? Residents fear for the safety of their homes and their biggest financial investments. Should this missing middle neighborhood be exposed to additional risk? Land use policy 9.3.8 requires mitigation of negative off-site impacts. Mitigation. There is no world where it is fair that people's homes should be damaged by someone else with no accountability. If you break it, you must fix it. There was work done near my home that shook my entire house. I now have some cracks that I think were caused by it. That activity wasn't even a fraction of the heavy equipment that will be used on this project. If the homes are damaged, is the developer going to accept responsibility for their actions? During a Rattlesnake Point rezoning, the attorney for chemical formulators told council that that project would build an apartment complex next to one of the most dangerous industrial uses in the country. Council was incredulous. They asked staff, "Did you know about this?" Staff's response was, "It's not our job to decide if it's safe. It's city council's job to decide it." LU Objective 9.3 requires redevelopment to sustain stable neighborhoods and ensure the social and economic health of the city. Council needs to protect the economic health of the hardworking people of this city. The neighbors have come here over and over again, which is a tremendous burden. They love their neighborhood and are fighting tooth and nail to protect their homes. They cannot afford and should not be responsible for damage caused by someone else. Please protect this neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bennett. Next speaker. Is there anybody else in the public that wishes to speak to this item? Okay. So after Robin Lockett, we'll be the last speaker. Start with your name. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Stephanie Pointer. I would like to point out to you that this is where I live. This is the corner of my house. This is the edge of our property. It's 197 feet. I measured it this morning. They are doing work on the Live Local project from hell next door to me. Yesterday, while I was sitting in my office, my house shook. Not once, but twice. The entire house shook. Now, I've been through earthquakes in Kentucky because the second largest fault in America runs up western Kentucky. And it was more than an earthquake. These guys are throwing cement around, making a mess. 197 feet. But when we look at the homes that belong to some of these nice ladies who are here today, they have a setback to the 4-story building of 35 feet. They have a setback to the 7-story building of 65 feet. But these lots are 50 by 122, 75 by 122. Okay, so we've got 44 feet to the back of the lot and 60 feet to the back of the lot. So we're talking these folks have about 100 feet between where they're going to have property behind them. But the thing about it is, we're not even talking about the construction. We're talking about what's going on next to my neighborhood right now is them tearing up the concrete and the asphalt next door to us. I can only imagine what these folks are going to endure. And, you know, I mean, my neighbors that are closer probably felt it a whole lot more than I did. How are these folks' homes going to be protected? I'll remind you once again, because half of you weren't here last time. This house right here, here's their project. This house right here was Gwen Henderson's mother's house. It was uninhabitable. Ms. Henderson explained to me that she would not allow family members who really didn't have any better place to live there because it was not safe. And it was safe until this building was built. Go figure. All right, now, with that taken into consideration, I want to make sure I didn't hit any. Oh, these are 7-story plywood palaces. 7 stories. Chief Tripp's here. Last time I saw her, she let me know that our highest truck only goes 5 to 6 stories. Yeah, they have sprinklers, but I wouldn't want to live on the 7th floor, I guarantee you that, especially in ground that's not necessarily stable because these folks have already had issues. I don't want to forget, because this hearing, the first reading got here at 2 o'clock in the morning and you had a bunch of wonderful people here to speak about it, only one of which was a neighbor. All the rest of them were the same people who showed up last week for the Magnolia. Go figure. Anyway, and let's see, I'm trying to figure, I'm sure, but ask Chief Tripp, she's here. I mean, seriously. Yeah, whatever. It's really sad when people are going to lose their homes over this, and I told Tyler Hudson a way to make sure that he's taking care of it.
Thank you, Ms. Pointer. Robin Lockett, bring it home.
Computer? This is my computer? Oh, okay. Oh, no.
Start with your name, please.
You already called it. Hey, everybody, my name is Robin Lockett. Okay, so I'm just going to pose some questions to you, because what I've heard is, and I support Carver City, right? Conan's, the community, still historic, I support them. Safety concerns, I hear safety concerns, I hear sinkholes, I hear landfills. I hear that the developer had meetings. With how many? How many people? How many people showed up to the meeting? Was it 5? Was it 10? How many people? What other mechanism did they use to get the word out, to get a real conducive responses? What about them putting their money where their mouth is? And if they're really concerned about the community, I saw things where they checked the box, right? But if this community is concerned about what happens if, put money in a fund for them to cover anything that may happen, damages and so forth. Put money in a fund aside just for that, right? Safety, traffic. If they're concerned about traffic, now that's me going over there to visit and so forth. It is terrible trying to get out of Carver City. You have to hold your breath and try to make it across the street, across Del Mabor and Spruce and everywhere else. It is terrible doing it. So building 500, 1,000 more units is going to add more to it. But what about a traffic study? Are you guys requiring that or asking about that? I'm losing my time. The study, traffic study. I mean, just support the community, to be honest. What they're asking for, we can go in and we can check a box, right? Just check the box. Hey, we're saying we're putting greenery here and so forth. That ain't gonna do it. If they're concerned about their homes, protect the community. Push them to protect the community. I don't know whether this is gonna pass or not, but push them to really have a conversation with the community, put their money where their mouth is, because the key words what I'm hearing is a landfill and a sinkholes. That means that things are unstable. So protect the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lockett. We had 2 online registered speakers. They do not appear to be online, so that concludes public comment. Applicant, rebuttal.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Tyler Hudson. My address is 400 North Ashley Drive. I'm the attorney for the applicant. I've been sworn. This council inherited a comprehensive plan and a land development code that none of you wrote. None of you necessarily had a hand in that. It's what you've inherited. And while there's been a lot of discussion about a lot of different topics today, this is a little bit different than public comment. This is different than a comprehensive plan discussion. It's different than a workshop, because we all swore in for a reason, because this is a quasi-judicial proceeding. And a quasi-judicial proceeding needs to be based on substantial competent evidence. This isn't the first time that a project has come up where someone poses a building that the community doesn't like and a judiciary has to determine if it's appropriate or not. There are very clear rules around the state about what does count as evidence, what does not count as evidence. What procedure do you follow? The procedure you follow first is one question: is this project consistent with the comprehensive plan? This piece of land is not a single-family neighborhood. This piece of land at Spruce and Lois is designated as RMU 100, Regional Mixed Use 100. That is the most dense land use category in the entire city outside of downtown. Second question. Well, let me finish the first question. The expert staff on the Planning Commission said this project is consistent with that. We're not even using all of the FAR that we are allowed to with this project. The second question is whether the project, this is under state law, is that project consistent with the jurisdiction's land development regulations? Here in Tampa, you call that your land development code, chapter 27. Every single department that reviewed this found it consistent. I'll repeat that because I don't get to say that often. Every single reviewing department found this project consistent. It's not easy to do. A lot of intersecting regulations, a lot of trade-offs that are involved. It's sometimes very hard to square the circle, but this project was able to do that. Let's talk a little bit about Before I pivot, there was a lot of talk about, clearly some folks don't like this project. I think some folks don't like the idea of a project here generally, but this project is exactly what your code produces. Under the charter, you are the legislative branch of the city of Tampa. And if the codes and regulations that yield a project like this that is fully consistent with your regulations, and there still is dissatisfaction, the issue is with the regulations, not the projects that comply with them. And as the legislative branch of government, you have an opportunity to make changes to the land development code and the comp plan if projects like this are not what you want to see. But as a matter of law, as a matter of Florida law, as a matter of US law, this project needs to be evaluated based on the law as it is today, not on how we imagine it to be or how we might want it to be in the future. But that is something that you all can do in the future. And clearly this neighborhood has some interest in further discussing that. The last thing I want to talk about is evidence. As I said, this is not a new conflict, especially in a place like Florida where there is a lot of growth, and growth creates a lot of challenges. In a quasi-judicial proceeding, your decision needs to be made on the basis of substantial and competent evidence. Courts have examined what that is. Here are some things that it is not: speculation, assumptions, lay testimony about things that require a measure of expert knowledge, for example, seismology, geotechnical reports, things like that. All of the evidence that has been put into this record are traffic studies showing that our project generates fewer trips than what's already approved on the site. Our site plan that's been reviewed by every city department and agency. Planning Commission expert staff report, all of this found consistency, and that's prima facie evidence of expertise, the staff that you all rely on and hire. On the other side, none of what you heard in opposition, respectfully, you should listen to it, but there's a difference between, I think it obviously came from the heart. The folks who live in this neighborhood clearly love it, but there's a difference between listening and acting. Legally, not a single thing that you heard from the opposition rises to that level of substantial competent evidence. This is not a comp plan amendment. This is not a workshop. This is a legal proceeding. You must follow the law. You did follow the law when you approved this unanimously 7-0 at the last hearing. And I'd respectfully submit that following the law leads to only one outcome on this afternoon, and it's doing that exact same thing again on second reading. Thanks for your time.
Hey, do council have any questions or discussion? Okay, hearing none. Can I have a motion to close for Councilman Vera, second for Councilman Maniscalco? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Councilman Vera, would you like to read this one?
Sure. Let me make a statement if I may before, because a lot of things have been said that I have tremendous respect for in my heart, and I want to speak to some things if I may. This passed 7-0 last time, and I want to go over some facts as well as some things that we can do that I really do think we should do as Tampa City Council, as the city of Tampa, because Carver City and Lincoln Gardens, some of the most special parts in Tampa, for the reasons that the people here have talked about. As was said, this was approved 7-0. We had no waivers, no staff objections, clean reports. As quarterly was passed 7-0. I always say on these things, I'm an attorney, and I look at a lot of things from what is enforceable under the law. And I've said this in a lot of hearings. I'm going to say it again, which is I don't like to write political checks that are going to bounce. Okay. If I was to, this is Louis Vieira talking on behalf of myself, I feel that if I was to change my vote on this, there would be consequences and repercussions and potential for relief by the applicant, such that what I would be voting against would eventually happen. And taxpayers would spend a lot of money in litigation costs and damages, the way that the case would, I'm not an attorney in land use, but very likely go because of the issues that I've just mentioned, right? And I don't write political checks that are gonna bounce, but especially to this community, I just can't do that. That's just not me. There's a lot of issues that have been brought up, different things like sinkholes and things like that. Obviously, things that happen in development in communities. The problem is it hasn't been established through evidence, through a method by which we can rely on it for competent, substantial evidence, I would think, so as to create an issue. I think what we should do, and I'm not the district person for Lincoln Gardens in Carver City, a couple of things that I think we should do, just very briefly, that I wrote down is, number one, do a workshop. Specifically, I would be willing to do a special call workshop, okay, where we only discuss Carver City and Lincoln Gardens, and we come here on a special day. I'd be 100% for that. Part of my language, hell yes, okay? I really would. To deal with public safety, mobility, and protection of the community character. That's very important. Number two is, I support a motion that says, in this year's budget, what specifically is going to be done for these issues, public safety, mobility, protection of the community character in the city of Tampa budget, and then let's talk about land use code changes so that this doesn't happen. So we're playing with different rules. I would be 110% for that. That's for me what the proper remedy is. So this is something that I don't like doing. With the community out here, a very special community that I love a lot, I feel like my hands are tied on this, and I don't like it. So, Mr. Chairman, thank you for allowing me to speak from the heart on this. So with that, if I may, I'm going to read number 47 here, if I may. Ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 4202 West Spruce Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RS50 residential single family PD plan development to PD plan development residential single family, providing an effective date. And by the way, if I may, to add on to that, I would love to see some of the things that I talked about today, either from the council member in the district who works extremely hard for this community, or from the Citywides happen. I would love to see that happen today, if I may. But that's my motion.
Councilman Bureau, the last sentence, multifamily, not single family. Just for the, okay.
And Mr. Chairman, just for the record, that is a motion to adopt?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Thank you.
I have a motion from Councilman Vieira, a second from? I'll second it. Okay, second from Councilwoman Hurtak. Okay, Councilman Hurtak.
Unfortunately, I have to agree with Councilman Vieira. There's nothing legally.
I love the way you phrase that. Unfortunately, I have to agree with Councilman Vieira.
He is a good guy, but I agree with him. This isn't something that's easy to do because the law is very clear. This is what's appropriate. And unfortunately, though, I do want to correct the record for Mr. Vieira. Yes, we can look at land development codes, but we cannot go backward. We cannot take away people's ability and the density they're allowed to have. That's a state law. That has nothing to do with us. We aren't allowed to take away folks' property rights. So the folks who own this property already have the right to build this. That's not something that we can change. So I think it's one of those things that we should go out to the community, work on ways that we can solve traffic problems, think about stormwater, other things that we can do for the community. This is a good wake-up call. However, I would also say that the community should document their homes, should reach out and make sure that the applicants and their representatives know that they share that information so that they can communicate if and when something happens to their homes. Unfortunately, by Florida law, we are not allowed to consider sinkholes, all of that information when we're rezoning a property. That's just not something we can consider. My heart goes out to you, but that is not something we are allowed to consider under Florida law. So, this is not a vote I like to make, but there's just no other way.
Any other discussion? Councilman Miranda?
Yes, I just want to talk about what's around there. Target, Home Goods, the shoe store, the restaurant, Home Depot, Let me go further. 20 years ago or so, the city had a plan from Del Mabry, you can verify through the archives, I guess, to Lewis to widen the street. It's never been done. The ditches are still there, if I recall. Yeah, you can do what you think and believe what you want, but in zoning, you only listen to what the facts are about the law. Law is what it is. However, that doesn't mean laws can't be changed. You see, there's only 3.5% to 4% left available in the city of Tampa for available land for construction. So what are you going to have after that? You're going to have redevelopment on the houses or buildings that are there that are removed, and that's the only way you're going to get new development. So when I look at that, and then I start looking at what else is available in that neighborhood from Del Mabry to Lewis. Can anybody tell me? The land owned by the city of Tampa. What else is there? The Redner family started a very successful making beer, and they did very well. And I'm proud of them doing that. The neighborhood had some opposition then, I was here then, but it was settled somehow. I don't remember how, but it worked out. So when we're looking at things, and the TV station, the Hispanic station, the post office was there also. And a long building there on the north side of Spruce heading towards Lois Avenue. There's so many things that are being stressed on this area of the city of Tampa that from hearing, and this, it has nothing to do because, like Councilwoman Hurtak said, the laws are the laws, and it says exactly what you have to do, irregardless of you can't even get to your house. They don't care whether you can get to your house or not. They care just as that land developer under a certain section of the code that meets the criteria. So therefore, there's a lot of things that have to be changed. And you know what? Change can be done if you just work at it. Many years ago, you couldn't run for office unless you paid a qualifying fee. Some young guys changed that law back in the 70s. Now you can run for office by petition. So don't tell me things cannot be changed even though they're lawful. So it's incumbent upon all of us to understand what life is, the stress of life is today's, and there's everywhere you turn around, even we, the city of Tampa, have certain abilities to do to our firefighters and police and other employees for mental health, to understand what life is about without getting involved and creating mental stress. In today's society, people don't talk to each other. They text, they go on the internet, they listen to all the gossip, and they believe half of it is true. So I'm not here to create the world and change the world. But guess what? I don't do none of that. I don't care if people talk bad or good about me or whatever. I just do what I think is right. So I know that this is it has to pass because of the law, but I'm gonna stick my boot in the sand. I really don't give a damn what's happening. The neighborhood is really stressed out, and it cannot change, so I would not be supporting it.
Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, I think today we've been presented with additional evidence from the community, and that we were not able to hear before because of the disadvantage of the item going so late. And so I think that's something else about our schedule to make sure that we don't do that. But since there's new evidence presented, including traffic and also land use policies, I'm going to change my vote. I wish that obviously this space needs to be redeveloped, and it already is intensive in a way in its use, and something's got to go there. Even if they go within the existing entitlements, it's gonna generate the same issues, pile driving or whatever. There's other technologies that they can use. I hope that, especially if this passes, I hope that the developer will work with the neighborhood to try to reduce the impact. When other projects have been built, they use new technologies to try not to have an impact on existing historic neighborhoods. But these neighborhoods are incredibly historic, and that's in land use policy 9.3.9 among others. So I'll be voting no.
Yeah, this is a tough one because, I mean, I've been to that neighborhood I think 3 times to you guys, Civic Association, so I hear the pain and the anguish and how much you love your homes. This is, as Councilwoman Hurtak said, it's a tough one because this is different from some of our other decisions. Some of our other decisions are based on our opinions and our perception of how we perceive the future of the city. This one has to be, because it's quasi-judicial, based on the competent and substantial evidence that's presented before us. So I have to be able to hang my hat on very specific evidence that's been presented to us. So we hear evidence from the applicant, and we hear evidence from, from y'all that came up and provided testimony. And it's a very, very, very emotionally difficult question. Councilman Young, would you like to speak?
I would just say I'm not happy about it, and I'm pretty sure we can read that on my face. I'm not pleased, and I'm just kind of processing my thoughts, but also understanding what the process entails. And I would just urge that
Thank you. You know what, strike that, I don't, thank you.
Okay, I really don't want to take this vote without Councilwoman Young here. She did not. Yes, go ahead.
Sometimes the issue comes up about if one council member makes a difference on a vote, it could make a difference if you need a 4th vote. But if it ends up at a tie, then it wouldn't have gone forward anyway. Usually, usually it doesn't make that much of a difference.
Okay. Mr. Shelby? Mr. Shelby, we have a motion, a second on the floor. Is that your legal opinion?
Statement of fact.
Okay. We have a motion and we have a second. Please record your vote.
Motion carried with Carlson and Miranda voting no and Young being absent at vote.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, let's take it. That was exhausting, so I'm emotionally drained. And let's be back at 4 o'clock, please.
Just say one thing.
Oh, while we're on break, I implore you all to look at staff reports. There are way too many staff reports on this agenda. Let's let the staff, it's one for us to punish ourselves. It's another thing for us to punish staff. If we do not need staff to be here, please come back prepared to let them go. If it's something we have to hear today, or let's continue things, or let's ask for a written report, let's try not to be here till 8 o'clock tonight. Councilman Carlson?
No, I just to further my point a minute ago, had Councilmember Young been here, it would have been 5-2 or 3-4, and it wouldn't have changed the outcome anyway. So
I agree. Okay. Please.
Miranda. Maniscalco. Hurtak.
Here.
Young. Vieira. Carlson. And Clendenin.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
Let's do something quick. I see there was a letter from Tyler Hudson requesting that item number 46 be withdrawn. Can we get that removed? We have a motion from Councilman Maniscalco. We have a second from Councilman Vieira. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Okay, we had said we were going to move on to 754. Is there any appetite to hear the second readings real quick? Do you let those guys go first?
They've been waiting.
Okay, very good. Okay, then here we go. I'll recognize Councilman Vieira.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I invited Local 754 here, and while they come up and get ready for their presentation, and I also see Mr. Pearson here from Local 2294. Good to see you, Tim. Hillsborough County firefighters, because we've always been back and forth on the public safety master plan as it would apply to the administration, and I want to hear the union's vision, right? And the reason I did it at this time, among other reasons, is because this is political, I guess. We have elections coming up, and I want to make sure that people know what are the different options out there and what are the different needs of the community as seen through the rank and file firefighters through their unions. So if I may, Mr. Chairman, I'll hand it off to the local.
Mr. President, start with your name and say your name, Walter.
Good afternoon, council, members of the public, Chairman. Nick Stocco, President of the Tampa Firefighters. Alongside with me, I have Vice President Walter Hill with Tampa Firefighters as well. We really appreciate the opportunity after a long day and a full agenda to giving us the opportunity to come up here and present. For some history reference, this GIS study that we're getting ready to touch on briefly, I know that we have some time restraints and given you all are still packed with a full agenda. This GIS study is something that was compiled by the IAFF at zero cost to the taxpayers. So we took on the cost for this to be able to present it. What we did do is that all of the data that we're getting ready to show is the city's data. This is not our data. This is the city's data that was obtained through public records that references GIS and CAD. In your envelopes, you'll see that there's some history reference in the beginning, and then I'll touch on the other things that are in your packet that we provided to you. So with that, we want to get started if we can get on the screen. This is the GIS study that we compiled, the IFF compiled, and we had asked them to compile it for us so that way it could provide some visual tools as well as some information to the public. This is a link that we can share with anybody. This is a live link that we can also update in real time should additional units or any other amendments be made to this report. On the surface, the top, there's several tabs there, but we won't go through all those. We'll just highlight some of the major ones. We want to direct really to three main issues, and I know we're going to get on Ybor Ranch, and we'll talk about Ybor Ranch during the travel time assessment of it. But from the surface, we want to start out with staffing, then we'll get into travel times, and then we'll get into stations. So as you scroll down on this link here, and you'll see in 2008 in your packet, there was a recommendation from Tampa Fire Rescue to adhere to NFPA 1710. And you'll hear 1710 a couple times throughout this presentation. And that's a national standard on fire department, career fire departments and their operations. We, in 2008, 2009, established a contractual provision in our collective bargaining agreement that the city and the union both agree that NFPA 1710 is important. So that is something that we've had in our contract for various years. Going down to this this area here where there's the statement, there's a joint statement that a lot of things are clickable on this. Looking at the top, it's addressed from the International Association of Firefighters as well as the International Association of the Fire Chiefs. This is a labor and management joint collaboration that this memo was done. And what it is a joint statement by both organizations that they recommend and support NFPA 1710 and its initiatives. So this is something, again, that is supported by the IFF and the International Association of Fire Chiefs that show that both are aligned nationally. This NFPA 1710 gets into low, medium, high hazard. We'll get into that briefly. But this is not a new concept. This is a guided policy standard that's addressed through various committees at an international and national level. Understanding that on staffing, there may be funding needs. We want to touch a little bit on the funding needs in regards to staffing. In your packets, you'll see in the second set of documents is there are the SAFER grant through FEMA. You'll see where the city of Tampa obtained some funding, some federal funding. The last time that occurred was in fiscal year of 2020. So while it is available every year, you'll see ahead of 2020 in the recent years, you'll see some neighboring departments that did obtain SAFER grants and upwards in the $8+ million. And we think that would significantly help you all, especially during budget season, if we had some grant funding. And again, that is the SAFER grant. As we scroll down on this GIS study, there's some further information, but our next link will be the NFPA fact sheet. Well, we're going to transition into travel times, and I'll let Walter talk about the NFPA fact sheet that will lay the structure down on what the standard is of response times and travel times.
So as Nick mentioned, the great part about this website that we have is it's very interactive. You can learn as much as you want to learn. One of the links that are on here is this NFPA fact sheet, which breaks down how NFPA 1710 works. Fact sheet. So all you have to do is click on it. It'll bring you to this. Essentially, NFPA 1710 is the national standard that sets expectations for how a professional career fire department is organized and deployed. It establishes how quickly 911 calls should be processed, how fast firefighters should get out the door, how long travel to the scene should take, and how many firefighters must arrive within a specific time frame to safely handle the emergency incident. It sets clear benchmarks that must be met 90% of the time, because in an emergency, reliability saves lives. In simple terms, NFPA 1710 defines what an adequate response looks like in speed, staffing, and operational readiness, and provides an objective benchmark to measure whether we're meeting that responsibility. As you scroll through this, it's a safe and effective response that requires a certain number of personnel. So as it comes down here, well, technology, it'll show you that a single family, low hazard response takes 17 firefighters. As you continue to scroll, a medium hazard response takes 28 firefighters. A medium hazard response is like an apartment complex or an open strip mall. A high hazard response is 43 firefighters. So look at the high rises. You can't look out a single window without finding one. Meeting response time objectives is a critical component in the reduction of risk to not only the firefighters, but also the citizens. In this chart, it breaks down the times that you constantly hear being referenced to. 4-minute response time is what it says for the first due engine. Now, to be clear, that's the time that's spent on the road. So from the time that those firefighters leave the station to the time that they arrive at the scene. The second arriving unit is supposed to be within 6 minutes. As you see here, the low medium hazard response is 8 minutes, and high hazard is 10 minutes. So essentially, this is, we'll get into a little later in the slides, it'll show you where we are in relation to this travel time. You're looking for a 4-minute benchmark, and then we'll refer shortly to what our current stats are.
And thank you, Walter. You know, we mentioned at the top of this, you can travel to different areas of this link. So if we can just travel to travel time, funny, huh? Travel to travel time. These maps are interactive, and as Walter mentioned, the 4-minute or the 90-second area, NFPA 1710 requires a travel time of 4 minutes or less for the first arriving engine company at the scene of fire incidents. And what this chart shows, again, showing not our data, this is data that we obtained from the city, was that about 60.8% of the time that standards were not met, meaning that 4-minute standard was not met. And I want to be sure. Stay on track. So when you see this 90 percentile towards the left, it says for at least 90% of the incidents, Very simply put, that if there's 10 emergency calls, on 9 of them, we should meet the 4-minute benchmark, that 90th percentile. So as we go through the next slides, you'll see that 90th percentile show up again. And what it shows is again, if we have 10 calls, 9 should at least meet that benchmark. This is between 2020 and through 2024, and there's the 4-minute threshold that you see there. This is a department travel time, not an apparatus, a department one. You'll see over the course of 2020 to 2024, as time has increased from the 8-minute 23 to the 8-minute 50 mark. So although we may have not had an automated dispatching system through our dispatch, or we may not have had automatic vehicle locators, this is the standard metric without those instruments and without that equipment from 2020. So obviously we see the time has been getting longer since that 2020 range. The next slide is it gets breaking down into its areas. So stations 1 through 25 are shown on that map. Again, meeting that 4-minute threshold time, we're not seeing the units meet that, and this is just in travel time. This is from the time that the firefighters leave the station to the time that they arrive at the incident. What you'll note in this one is mainly of the longer travel times, right? As many of you all know, up in the New Tampa area, there's more of a geographical hurdle than there would be within the core of the city, which is more of a density. Although there might be traffic on both sides of the city, you'll notice that the higher ones are stations 14, which is the Palmacia area, at over 10 minutes, and then stations 20, 21, and 22, 20, 21, 22, and 23 are up in the Ybor Ranch, New Tampa area. Station 23, Station 21, Station 22, Station 21 are in that Ybor Ranch area, and they're averaging just right around the approximate of 10-minute travel time. Why these travel times are important are for various reasons. One is you can't control where the incident arises. You can't control where that 911 call is. What is governed through policy is where the start line is where the unit is coming from. So as units are on other calls, they may be coming from further distances, which is why travel times may show what they do show. As other units are busy on other calls, other units are coming from other areas. You ask any firefighter, if you've ever talked to one, there is not a firefighter that is at most excited to be first into a structure fire. From the second that call comes in, they want to be first, and they will race to get there as fast as they can. And when they get there, not only is their adrenaline running and are they ready to put that fire out and go into that house and look for that victim, as they're doing all of these tasks, I promise you that the next thing on their mind is, where's that next unit coming from? And they're thinking that. And they're thinking, does the next unit, because I know they heard it as it came across the radio, do they have 3 people or do they have 4 people? Because you're thinking of all those things. It's like going to the grocery store, loading up your car, getting home, and then thinking, how am I going to get all these groceries inside? I wish I had some hands. I'm sure that if you had 1 set of hands or 2 set of hands helping you unload those groceries, it'd get done a lot quicker. The same concept applies here, which is why having reduced travel times and reduced response times are very, very important to the public, but also to the firefighters. So I know that we showed some statistics on travel times. We do not have the full unit response times. We do, but those are on a separate report. This link is very active and can be accessed at any time. From a station funding context, I know 2 years ago, from a couple days ago, council approved a $50 million bonding. So while we have avenues to fund staffing through the SAFER grants, there was an avenue that was passed through $50 million of bonding to add additional fire stations and installations. We have not had an additional fire station in the city proper since arguably the 80s. The last fire station was Fire Station 23 in 2019 up in County Line Road up north. So this is why stations matter, and this is why we believe that continuing with you all support and the administration support to reduce these response times is important for meeting the standards. When it comes to saving lives, every minute matters. When it comes to fire growth, every second counts. For every 60 seconds that go by, fire continues to grow, and for every 10 seconds that go by, brain deterioration continues through low oxygen in the brain. I believe, I know we're on a time constraint, and I think we're right at 15 minutes. So just short in conclusion, you know, the NFPA 1710 standard calls for a minimum of 4-person fire apparatus response. And that's going to create for a safer environment, quicker response times, workload on the firefighters, as well as being able to provide more for the community. As we continue to see cities within themselves grow, whether it was Water Street or Gas Works, the 7-story building, or as such as all of the other things that have grown in this city, we're seeing cities being grown within themselves, and I know you all have heard that ad nauseum, but it has a direct impact each time that something is developed and that these response times aren't cured for. So we are available for any questions, or if there's anything that you all may
Recognize
like.
Councilman Vieira.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to thank you guys for that. I mean, I take a look at these charts that we're given. I really, really like them. So in terms of, I remember back 2019, you guys did a public safety master plan, as we call it today, and I remember Joe Greco handing it out. And so when I look at these charts, especially on the response times for each station, that's, to quote the cars, just what I needed. You know what I mean? And so a couple of things I wanted to point out, which is, for the public safety master plan, I want to remind council that I did a motion. We are going to have a report back from legal on the feasibility of an ordinance mandating a joint public safety master plan, and we'll see what we're able to do on that. But I do want to review a few things. Number one, something that's interesting from those stations, that 4 out of the 5 stations in the city of Tampa with the longest response times, 4 come from New Tampa. Right? 4 come from New Tampa. And by the way, they're close on some other areas of the city. It's not like it's, you know, something that's run away, but it's big, but especially the Ybor Ranch area. It's not the number of calls, but rather response times. I look at other areas. I know with Station 9, we're making, I believe, progress over there with real estate and everything, with the moving of the fleet maintenance facility, and then hopefully expanding Station 9, something that's so very critical. We hear about so much workforce housing happening in West Tampa. What are we doing to expand fire service out there? That's very important. I'm not even going to talk about baseball, but there's a reason why I asked the Rays to meet with y'all as well as with the Police Benevolent Association, because man, if we're here right now and we're going to welcome a Major League Baseball team and we're not going to get to where we should be in Tampa whenever it comes to fire stations, where I think, and I think council also thinks that we should be at, right? We've got to do our work in that regard. I think that's very, very important. Palma CIC, obviously, and I'll talk about that in terms of what we can do in the budget this year. I would love to support something if Councilman Carlson brought something up for that in the budget. Would truly support that. You know, downtown, I say these things on how we need more fire stations, but I always remind people that I try to, and a lot of people disagree with this, but I actually try to propose a revenue source for that. So I'm not just the guy that goes, hey, we need to do all these things, make it happen. I go, hey, let's raise taxes just a little bit, because I do think the public, Republicans and Democrats, would be okay with paying $1 extra a month in taxes if that meant that cops and firefighters could do their jobs better in protecting us. So I have no problem saying that at all. So I do think it's important that when it comes to public safety, we'll look at the budget. I've talked about how I am going to be seeking this year in the City of Tampa budget, it's not with fire, but for money to be set aside for whoever takes my place in District 7 for a substation presence in New Tampa, for Tampa Police Department, something there. But we should look at this budget in making some sort of presence known, whether it's in Palma Cia. I say that because, you know, doing a lot of stuff in New and North Tampa, we got to do more, but Palma Cia is there as well. We can't forget about our friends there, or downtown Tampa. with either expansion of Fire Station 1 or taking a look at some sort of fire station rescue presence in the channel side area, something that we've talked about for a long time. So again, in closing, folks, the reason I did this is because I want these stats to scream at us, especially for the next election, because I want to make sure that Local 754, and I know y'all will, hold people's feet to the fire, whether it's for mayor, whether it's for city council, whether it's for dog catcher, on fire stations. That's important, but I know y'all will do it, but I just want to make sure that folks see it with their own two eyes. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Vieira. Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, just quickly, you know, in just a few months, one of us will be gone, and in a year, at least two of us will be gone. I think you have support, full support, or at least majority support for whatever you all want to do or think is best. On many issues related to fire, the administration obviously disagrees. I think it would be worthwhile for it, aside from the public safety master plan that the administration is doing, I think it would be a good idea for you all to come up with a list of what you think would be priorities, and then try to build consensus with this group as it stands now, so that after the next election, you guys can go to the next city council and say, hey, the last city council approved this as an aspirational list or something like that. Not as a master plan, but as an aspirational list. That way it would shortcut all the learning curve and everything for however many new people there are on the board.
Thank you. Councilman Miranda.
Thank you very much. I'm not against you, I'm for you, but some things were said that makes my hair grow again. Let me tell you what it is. Sports and sports and sports. I'm not anti-sport.
Oh, Lord, here we go.
But anyone,
Here we go.
Mr. Vieira started this.
Here we go.
Let me say this, name me one sports facility in the city of Tampa that pays ad valorem tax. One.
All their employees.
I don't see no hands are going up. So you want to charge the public $1 more, and I'm for that, yet you don't want the stadiums to pay tax. Raise your hand if you don't pay tax. I don't see no hands go up. Raise your hands if you pay tax. All of you do. So why should I exempt them? Do any business that moves in Tampa doesn't pay a ad valorem tax? Absolutely not. So I don't know what the glamour is. I love sports. I think it's the greatest thing in the world for kids to get involved in practice, to open your mind about winning and losing and that kind of stuff. But I've never, ever voted for one.
Hey, Councilman Miranda.
Well,
I'm
I'm
going
gonna
to reel you
read it
back
in,
into
sir.
the agenda item.
And let's say Section 9, which I know very well.
Okay.
In West Tampa, they couldn't get to the stadium or to my house in 9 minutes if you gave them a head start on game day. An hour and a half before the game and an hour and a half after the game, you cannot enter West Tampa. Whether you have a siren, a fire department, a police department, you can't. And more incidents happen on MacDill between MLK and Columbus Drive on game day than all year long on one game alone. More accidents. I can tell you, I've been hit twice. Not me, the car. So what I'm saying is, they tried to get me, but I was in the car.
I missed.
I'm only joking when I say
missed.
that. The chairman wants to get the best of me, but I'm gonna let him for a little bit. But what I'm saying is, your response time is not good because the traffic is terrible. Not that you don't need stations, the traffic, you can't, I don't care if you have a jet engine and your fire engine, you're not gonna get there 4 minutes. That's my opinion, and I'm for you. So what do we have to do? I said it earlier today. You got to change the mode of transportation in the city of Tampa by putting light rail overhead. But yet, we don't want to do that. We're going to expand the old expressway so you get stuck in traffic. But thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I know you don't want me to speak too much because you're refused. I'm going to say the truth. That's it.
Thank you, Councilman Miranda. You know, next time I'll aim better with my car.
Thank you very much.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
Sounds like we need a fire helicopter.
Oh my Lord. I think I've seen that Saturday morning cartoon. Is it Paw Patrol?
Yeah. Well, speaking of Paw Patrol, it sounds like Councilman Vieira, you are recommending a Dalmatian in every firehouse. You said, for dog catcher, so I don't know.
I second that.
I appreciate you bringing these statistics. There's nothing better than a visual, and I think this really shows, what we need to do and why you all are just constantly asking for more. This highlights for me the importance of Station 24 and why, while they've improved the timeline by 35 days, that's just simply not enough. So, this is very sobering, and I think it's really necessary, and I really appreciate it. Thank you for bringing this. Thank you for putting it on the screen. Absolutely share this website with us, with everyone, anywhere you can put it out, socials, wherever. I think this is one of those things that people just need the opportunity to dig through, the public as well, so that they know how to advocate for you. So I really appreciate this, and I'm glad. Also, we do have a budget workshop for 2027 coming up on March 3rd that evening. Don't miss it. I know you won't, but just got to throw it out there.
Be there, be square.
Yeah, be there, be square. But yeah, this is that time to talk about that. And I mean, I know we'll talk about it anyway, but just making sure that as we look at 2027 and we start to consider what we want and what this community wants, that is always on our agenda. So thank you.
I think you have a 754 friendly council. We support the men and women that stand to protect the city of Tampa. We've spoken with our votes on your issues. We've spoken with the wallet of the city of Tampa on your issues. It's just as Councilwoman Hurtek alluded, the timing of getting these projects rolled out is just extraordinarily frustrating. Everything is so slow. I mean, I'm hoping that in the coming years, as we transition administrations, whatever's needed to expedite this. I don't know what that looks like, because we're just lowly council persons that pass these things, and the administration is the one that functions and makes this stuff happen. But it's way too slow for a local government. I worked for the federal government for 30 years. I think we've got billions of dollars worth of projects done in half the time. And I get that the staff, and that we have a lot of pressure. We have less staff now than we have in historic times, but we have people that are working in positions that are doing multiple jobs and positions, so they're covering, different, way too much work for way too little people. How's that? So we got to solve that one way or another, because these projects have to get out of the ground, and they've got to be moving forward, because it's, otherwise the city's going to move on without us, one way or another. The private sector is building, and people are moving here, and we've just got to keep up. So again, you've got a fire and police friendly council here. We're working with you guys to try to get what you guys need. Councilwoman Young, I saw your light come on.
Oh yeah, well, just to echo all the council members, one, thank you all so much for bringing this forward. And Councilman Hurtek, you said there's nothing better than the visual, and I just looking at this, and I had the opportunity to visit Station 18, so I'm looking at the time, and I remember being there, and they showed us, just a map right at the front, and it has where their station's located and the area that they cover, and it's quite large. And he was one of the driver, I forget his name, but he was just telling me how sometimes if they're somewhere and they're responding to an emergency, then fire station from somewhere else has to come, and just seeing on the map how big the area is. And we were there for 2 hours, but the time that we were there, even the paramedics, they were gone the whole time. They didn't get back until we were leaving, because when we got there, they were at an emergency, and they had to go and take the person to Tampa General, or wherever they had to take them, but they didn't get back until we were about to leave. And so just again, there's nothing better than a visual, but actually seeing these response times, and that part of our job is public safety, and this is public safety and making sure that people are safe. So I appreciate you all for doing the work and just bringing this forward to us. And I agree with your sentiments, Chair Clinton. And one of the things I've had to learn since I'm new, I'm like, why does everything take so long? But I'm hoping that we're able to move things quicker. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Walter. Appreciate it. And Chief Tripp, I know you're standing by, but this was a presentation just on 754. Council would be happy to entertain your presentation another time, but we are running behind, and we're going to move past this agenda item now. Council persons, I would like to try to clear some of this agenda and let some staff go if we can. Councilwoman Hurtek.
As far as 50 and 51 go, we heard clearly that T-Tag is fine with moving the money back to the tree trust fund. So my motion is to take items 50 and 51 and have them come back again with a substitute resolution that comes from the tree trust fund, the 125,000. At the next available, however long that's gonna take
Can we
them.
just put that on the consent agenda?
Yeah, that can be on the consent agenda in 2 weeks,
Okay.
which would be March 5th.
Okay, we have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak.
Question, if I can.
Mr. Shelby.
If it's coming back in 2 weeks and it's not been done yet, I believe the deadline for that is tomorrow.
Well, they've kind of already done it because we asked them to come back with a substitute. So I think they can just go back to their original. If they have a problem with it, I'm sure someone can reach out and let me know, and then I'm happy to change it. But Kayla, can you just give me a thumbs up if that's cool?
Yes, that's fine.
Excellent.
Okay,
Done.
We have a motion, we have a second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, ayes have it, so that's clears 50.
That's number 51.
50 and 51.
What's happening, okay.
62's already been continued to April 20th.
Right.
Yep.
What else can we clear from this agenda? Come on, guys, give me something.
62 is continued.
Yep, already done.
This stormwater master plan is gonna take a while. We have somebody here from Allied.
Yeah, we need to keep that.
We have to keep that one on because.
You also have 52 and 53 that has no staff, but it's a big ticket items, I believe.
I think did we receive a file?
No, we didn't. Receive and file 52.
No, I think you have to move them.
Okay, I'm sorry, move
Oh.
52 and 53. I
Okay.
think that's it.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak to move 52 and 53, a second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed,
Thank you,
ayes have it.
What
Okay,
about 55?
Ooh, that's important.
I mean, it's here.
What
so
about-
It'll be right after the stormwater.
Okay, let me say this before we continue this. We are backed up on agendas. I mean, you see all of our agendas are full for the next couple of months. Is there anybody want to entertain adding a special call meeting?
Sure.
Should be on Tuesdays.
Yep.
Okay, give me a date, somebody.
If Tuesdays are fine.
Let's pull up the calendars.
And then
I
we can-
brought my phone
and then we
because
can
y'all
move some of
told me
those to
you
the.
want to look at the calendar.
I know.
I can't do the 24th.
Do you want to do St. Patrick's Day, 17th?
Mr. Chairman.
That's a big holiday
Before you
for
pick
me.
a date, or wait, after you pick a date, I just need some specificity about what you want that meeting to be. What kind of special call you want that to be.
I think just a special call, regular council session meeting.
And so it's an additional session.
What's that?
Madam-
What is it?
That's a good
That,
day.
that far in advance?
Because we're already, as you just said, we're up against the deadlines already. If it comes up sooner, but then we can.
We haven't decided on a date yet.
April 24th? I'm sorry, March 24th?
I can do that.
Is that a Tuesday?
Tuesday.
Tuesday, March 24th.
Yeah, I'm
Is the council chambers free?
shockingly open.
Like a
March?
9 to 3.
And the only thing on that agenda is the
What?
press
What?
conference.
Pardon? What'd you say?
You said April 7th?
We could ask them to
Via?
move because they gave us.
Yeah, no, March 24th.
What's that? Right.
March 24th is way in advance, though.
May I, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Somebody had said April 7th. I apologize. I thought it was in the evening, and today I can make that work.
Okay, it is April 7th.
It's so late, though.
I know, but at least we get, let's reserve this. Let's
So
reserve
is
this.
March 24th, is the barrio at night? No, it's at 9 a.m. Oh,
How long do they last? How long do their meetings last?
The morning at least.
How long do their meetings last?
I think it's better to give us more time to put this together and have people think about it.
but
What is it, Mr. Chairman?
what are we moving?
Because
though? That's what I don't
whatever we
understand.
can move, and then the schedules are packed, and we're gonna have a lot of long meetings if we don't spread some things around. I wanna save a space for a meeting and then be able to move things
Oh, I
off.
see. So this is a placeholder for a special call meeting.
Regular, yeah.
Okay, so.
That we can
Or
move
an
things to if we
additional
have to,
regular meeting,
yes. So that we don't have these
I see.
lengthy,
So you're not
awful
going to be moving
meetings.
anything today to that date.
Maybe, I don't know, maybe in staff reports, I don't know, we'll see.
So the only thing that we have on the 7th is actually a press conference for us, for the CRA, for the Herman Massey. So, we just need.
It sounds like the city's trying to make it their press conference, by the way, so. that's
Yes, but, yeah.
No, let's go beyond that.
What
Yeah.
time is that press conference? Excuse me.
It's, well, I have two of them on my calendar for
Tu-
10:30
Tuesday-
and 3:30.
Tuesday,
so-
March 31st.
Oh, I'm
No?
packed.
Okay.
Yeah, 24th would be great. 7th is fine.
Let's call it the 24th, March 24th.
Well, he can't do the 24th.
Oh, you can't do the 24th.
He's out of town. So
Okay.
the 7th, I think,
Okay,
is fine.
7th, okay. We're gonna schedule a regular city council special call meeting for April 7th, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. as a placeholder. And when you're looking at staff reports, if you can continue them to those meetings if we'd like.
I
Councilman Miranda?
just want to make sure 9 to 3, you're going to have lunch or not?
Probably not.
Okay, I want to make sure.
I can't do that.
Okay, so
When
we'll
you
have,
said that.
okay, we'll have lunch, we'll have lunch.
I'm just saying that, I want to make sure.
We'll have
everybody
lunch, because 9 to
understands.
3 is gonna end up being 9 to 5, right?
And by
Yes,
the
it will,
way,
and that's fine. I mean,
Yeah.
I think we just say 9 o'clock. You can't.
Okay, 9 o'clock.
Don't put an ending
Okay,
on it.
9 a.m.
March 31st, 9
No, April 7th.
April 7th.
April 7th, 9 to 3.
Well, no, 9 without an
9.
end time.
9 without an end time? Mr. Chair, I'm
yes.
going to make a request for that special call meeting.
Yes,
And that special call is no presentations, no ceremonial, and no off-agenda public comments.
we'll get back with you on that.
Okay.
I'm happy with the ceremonials and the presentations, but I don't want to be having to police public comment. That's impossible. And then you just make people mad.
Let's get back with you on that. Let's talk offline and we'll
Okay.
figure out a procedure for
Well,
that.
you two can talk offline.
Yeah,
The rest of
We'll
us
talk
cannot.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We'll talk offline and figure out a strategy for that. Okay, so we have that scheduled. April's for the record, April 7th at 9 a.m. start time, a regular session, special call meeting in Tampa, in Tampa City Council chambers. And we'll have to clear that schedule. Okay, very good. Sam, I hope my calendar was free.
And that'll be a week, just council, just so you know. That will be a week where the only thing that you have that afternoon, that Thursday, is a CRA meeting and then a night meeting that night. So it's not like a week that you have two special.
Right, exactly.
Two regular meetings
That's
in
good.
the same week. Okay, which is good. Thank you.
Need a second? Who made the motion?
Did we pass that one? I think. Okay,
I'll make a motion.
we have a motion for Councilwoman Hurtak, second for Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you. Okay, very good. Okay, look at staff reports. Anything we can move to that meeting or another meeting?
On 58, can I just talk for 30 seconds?
Let's do it.
I talked to the chief of staff about it, so we need to come up with a firm solution. But at the end of the meeting, I can make a motion. I think we ought to create an ordinance or a rule that would require that city departments that buy services from each other have to have an agreement approved by council in advance. The problem with this tree issue on the water is not that anybody did anything wrong, it's that the rules and price should have been clearly delineated in advance and agreed by council before the transfer. I'm not talking about all transfers, but when departments are buying services from each other or funding each other's services, then that agreement should come in advance. So I'll make a motion in new business.
The new business, okay, and then we'll need a motion to receive and file. Councilwoman Hurtak, do you want to speak to that? I saw you go over your. Okay, we have a motion to receive and file from Councilman Maniscalco, a second from
Second.
Councilman Vieira. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it.
That's number 58.
58, yes. Okay.
That covers that. The other stuff you don't want to continue.
Well, I mean, does anybody want to continue these others for a lighter day?
I mean, the
We're-
land development code's kind of important. We need to get that going. We have to approve that so that it can get to the planning commission so it can come back to us. So, I mean, I hate to say it, all this stuff is,
Well, I mean, honestly, can we would they need a motion from us for that?
yes, but we need to be reminded just quickly of what those things are. It looks like we don't have room on.
No, I'm telling you, these agendas are packed.
That's not true. We have room on April 6th. I have a couple of motions later to
Well, yeah, so I'm
do
saying
some stuff.
the next April, yeah, it starts to open
And
up. a little
Mr.
bit.
Chairman, may I?
Mr. Vieira.
I would suggest, if I may, that why don't we maybe do consent agenda, get second readings out, get some of the pulled items out, and then
Okay.
people, before we do staff reports, then
Okay.
people can pick.
Okay, I was trying to pick the low-hanging fruit. I think we've already picked it, so, okay, exactly. Okay, let's go to the consent agenda real quick. Okay, public safety, Councilman Vieira, can you move 5 through 9?
Yes, sir, move 5 through 9.
We have a motion from Councilman Vieira, second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. 10 was pulled for discussion.
It's not discussion, but I just have to say it. I mean, there are very few things that wake me up at night anymore with this job. You just get used to making hard decisions. But this one, I was up at 6:15 and I went for a run. You have to understand that I am not a morning person to know how stressed I am about this vote. Everything we've seen in Minneapolis specifically, I have a lot of friends and family there. It has been very emotional to watch. Flock cameras have played a large part in that and what's going on up there. And I'm having a very hard time approving anything that has to do with flock in our city. I know we've already done so with license plate readers, but I also have the ordinances from legal that clearly say that recorded video or photographs collected as part of a speed detection system in a school zone may only be used to document school zone speed infractions, and any recorded video or photograph obtained by a speed detection system must be destroyed within 90 days. And it's in accordance with Florida state law. But my question to the wonderful legal team at the police department was, what happened if state law changes?
I had the same question.
And so I know Ms. Newcomb is here to talk about that if necessary. And so Ms. Newcomb, I know we weren't supposed to have, but this is just such a hard issue for me. So Ms. Newcomb, could you speak to what happens if a state statute changes?
I asked Chief the same thing.
Yes, Megan Newcomb, Assistant City Attorney, appearing on behalf of the city. First of all, I want to make sure, I think most of council is aware that there was a memo that was filed on the 17th that specifically addressed flock cameras and cleared up any confusion that flock cameras or no license plate cameras will be integrated with these school zone speed cameras. That is not something that I believe by state law or by your ordinance would be permitted. So that should be a non-issue. To your question specifically, Councilwoman, I believe that it's prohibited by Florida statute. But if that Florida statute were to go away, the initial ordinance that you all passed in January of 2024 allowing for the school zone camera program mirrored the language in that Florida statute. So it's my position that this city council has adopted that language. So even if the Florida statute were to go away, we would still have to operate under the ordinance. I think it's 1456 from January of 2024.
Yes.
So that enabling ordinance for the school zone safety camera program prohibits the same thing that Florida statute. So as long as you don't repeal that, that would be the law that we would be operating under. And to be clear, these are for school zone safety purposes, for documenting speeding in school zones, and that is the primary purpose. And we really would like council to approve this program so we can improve the safety in school zones.
And I just want to say thank you for that. And that is why, even with the stress I have with this, the school safety is so important. But so is the trust that the police department has with the public, which is why I wanted you to talk about this today, because the trust matters, and we trust that what is in this ordinance is what will happen, and we have to believe, we have to have that trust, and I do have that trust with you and your team and with Chief Burkaw. So I will support this, but I just want the public to know that I really thought a lot about this. I don't like flock. I'm worried about what is coming in our country, but the safeguards around it and the importance of the school zones at this point outweigh it for me.
Councilman Maniscalco, Vera Carlson.
Thank you very much. I was up at 3:16 a.m. looking at
Oh, okay,
stuff.
so you beat me.
I didn't go to bed last night thinking about this.
But I went to bed at 7 because I felt terrible. So my question was, on Tampa Bay Boulevard in MacDill, there's Tampa Bay Boulevard Elementary, and there's a sign that has, it's a school zone, but there's a sign that says, during these hours. Will these cameras operate during those set hours? It's like 7:30 a.m. to 2:10 p.m., something like that. And then there's like two lines. I took a picture because we've seen emails and other correspondence that said these are going to be operating 24/7. Are they deactivated or inactive in those outside hours that are posted?
I do have our subject matter expert here, so I want him to correct me if I say it wrong, because I'm not 100% familiar, but my understanding is the cameras will only be operating during the period that is displayed by a sign in the school zone area. And part of the reason that we want to go with this company is because they're the same company in Hillsborough County, and so we want it to be as consistent as it can be in terms of going from school zone to school zone, because it is confusing for the public in terms of the time. But it's my understanding that they will be operating not 24 hours a day, but during a specific time period, and that time period will be marked by signage in the school zones. Is that accurate? Okay.
Okay, so my wife had a question, and it was, I know, not
Is
that
she sworn
20
in?
mile per hour sign. She's not sworn in, but I guess it's whatever the flash, when the light is flashing, you know, you're at the speed limit for that time period. Will there be a flashing light as well? Because that's a long time for that light to flash. It's like a 6-hour window.
Oh, you
or
mean for the
5-hour
entire
window.
time period will the light
Yeah.
be flashing?
Because there's going to be
I'm not
confusion.
sure
People
about.
will say, well, the light wasn't flashing, and I figured, you know, there's no kids crossing, and it's
Right.
the school day is already beginning.
And what I can tell you, this councilman, is once this program, if you pass this contract today, that is now going to allow us to start installing the actual cameras. Before the program goes live, there's built in a minimum 30-day education period. And so we already kind of did that, where we have a website and we do everything where we answer these really FAQ questions very specifically, because there are some specific questions. So I didn't review that for today, so I don't want to give you the wrong answer, but what I can tell you is those questions will be answered in a public way for 30 days, and then there'll be a 30-day period where people are not going to actually get a citation, so that everyone can become familiar with the way that it works.
Councilwoman Hurtak, you had a follow-up question too?
I think what your wife is asking is, the sign doesn't say 8 to 2, the sign says 7:15 to 8:30, and then 2:30 to 3:30 for the afternoon, so it would only be during those times.
No, the sign that, I'll get the picture, it's on my work phone. It's like I'll just get the picture.
Send it to us, because we literally have someone that can go, and what part of this is, if this contract is approved, then the company works with mobility and with TPD, and we go out and they do measurements and they make sure that everything is appropriate before we actually turn it on. And that's why there has been some period of delay, because there's been some confusion with what the requirements are, but then we need to make sure that we meet the requirements before we say we're ready to go. And then there's a 30-day period where the public gets educated about what all of these rules are before anyone will actually get issued a ticket. But it is pretty complicated, yes.
Okay, Councilman Vieira.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So, yeah, and then I have had discussions with staff on this. Obviously, this is something that's for schools and for safety of kids. It's good, but I really appreciate the discussion, because the public asking questions about ICE, the things, as Councilwoman Hurtak, I appreciate her sentiments on what's happening in Minneapolis right now. And we want to make sure that, to the extent that we can protect our people from things like that happening, that we do. That's not something that is involved with this at all, right?
These, part of the statute, what it prohibits is that the school zone cameras may not be used for remote surveillance, and that they may not be essentially integrated. That's how we interpret that to be. They can't be integrated with any other type of camera for any other purpose. So that is how we interpret the statute, and that's why your language and the ordinance and the statute is appropriate.
So, yeah, so if I may, Mr. Chair, so what I was saying was that that it is appropriate for people to ask these questions on something like this, and you have great answers that I think put my mind and my heart at rest, which is that this is something that's solely going to go for protection of children and for public safety and issues like that. Because again, you know, what there's a lot of things happening in the federal government really hurt me a lot, but the one that hurts my heart in the deepest part as a Hispanic and as a son of Cuban exiles and refugees is what's happening now with immigration, where you've had about 750,000 people who were protected by TPS a year ago and now are classified as illegal immigrants. And we joke in Florida about them being chased by alligators and alligator Alcatraz, and that really hurts me. So that's why I really appreciate everybody from TPD talking about this issue and putting us at rest on it so that we can vote for this, because again, this is the right thing to do. And so that's all. Thank you.
Hey, breaking news, Team USA Women's Hockey just beat Canada to win gold. Hang on.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Best I heard, yes, for all city council
Exactly,
days.
so, exactly. Councilman, okay, Guido, you wanna explain, can we explain these hours and how this works?
Yes, I'm gonna defer to my
Okay.
expert Sergeant Riser, retired Sergeant Riser.
You wanna see it?
Good afternoon, Council. Jim
Hold on
Riser,
one
Tampa
second,
Police
please.
Department.
CTTV, can you put the wolf on the public monitors, please? There we
Yeah,
go.
that's the sign. This is on Tampa Bay Boulevard as you approach MacDill, and it goes into a school zone. See how the hours are 6:40 a.m. to 2:25 p.m., so it's most of the day, most of the school day.
That's correct. So Jim Riser, Tampa Police Department, I'm going to be the program coordinator. So the way the signs were laid out before the school zone program, you saw at different times in the morning, you may see like 7:30 to 8:15. That's before the cameras came into law. So as these cameras get deployed, all the start times are going to be verified. In the current law, the way it sits is 30 minutes before a breakfast program and 30 minutes after school, the cameras can run. The difference is there's going to be 2 speed profiles outlined on the cameras. When the flashers are active, that means the slow speed zone is in effect. And at that time, it's the lower speed limit. So let's say you have a 30-mile-an-hour roadway and the slow speed's in effect with the flashers at 15. The citations and notice of violations will be issued for anything 11 or over the speed limit. So we're giving people a little bit of leeway there. That's the way the state law is written. That's not our choice, that's by state statute. When the flashers go off in the morning, so let's say they go off at 8:15 and they don't come on again until 2:45 at the end of the school day, it's for the regular speed limit. So it go back to 30 miles an hour, so at that time, 41 or higher, it'll issue a violation. When the lights come on in the afternoon, it goes back down to the slower speed limit, and that's how it'll work. So what's key on this has been a big controversy across the state, and we're trying to do everything we can to avoid that, is by public messaging. And I'm sure if this contract's approved today, we're gonna work with our vendor and make sure that the public messaging is put out. People are aware of the law, and like we said, we have the 30-day warning period that we'll be able to evaluate those violations, public education, before we start actually issuing violations that are going to cost people money, either a notice of violation or a uniform traffic ticket. So that's how it works.
So at 8 o'clock at night, will somebody get a ticket?
No.
Okay, so at 8 o'clock, only?
No, not from the camera. So like when so at the end of the school day and on the weekends and on school holidays, or like a teacher work day where there's no students have to be present on campus for those speed cameras to work.
So you guys are getting real-time information from Hillsborough County Schools and they're able to be remotely program and adjust these if they have a snow day?
We get the actual flashing times from the school board.
Mm-hmm.
We verify those are in effect, and it's gonna be actually visiting the school, because what we found out is some of these schools have a little bit of adjustment in when they can actually start their bell and end it at the end of the day. But we're gonna visit these schools, make sure the times are correct, and then the vendor will assist in programming cameras to go to those enforcement times that we find. And they're gonna match the yellow lights. Now, once the yellow light, let's say a yellow light comes on at 7:30 in the morning and somebody just immediately drives on in there and that flasher activates, there'll be a 2-minute lag time for traffic to clear that before it actually starts capturing violations. So we're trying to be as fair as we can to the public and transparent to make sure that we're capturing these violations correctly.
What about the fluidity of like a hurricane day or something like that?
That's something we're gonna have to get with the vendor at that time. If they say there's gonna be no school on this Thursday, Friday, if violations do happen to get captured and sent to us, that's gonna be my team's responsibility to make sure they do not get approved and they get dismissed. So that's how that works.
Yeah, just a couple of preface comments and then questions. First of all, I have 3 kids and 2 of them are still in school. One of them had to take the bus home today, and he just now texted me and said he made it safely. So every day, I'm like every parent, I'm worried about my kids crossing the road because there aren't enough sidewalks and crosswalks and everything, even though we've been pushing for it. The other thing is that online, this has been presented kind of as a Democratic issue, and Democrats being against this, but I've also had a fair number of Republicans contact me that they're against it. And so I think it's like there's maybe bipartisan support, bipartisan opposition. But one of the things that was sent to me, and I apologize, it was sent to me last night, so I didn't I didn't, I wasn't able to ask you, but at the end of this is for legal, at the end of the law, it says, recorded video or photographs collected as part of a speed detection system in a school zone may only be used to document violations of SS 316.1895 and 316183, and for purposes of determining criminal or civil liability for incidents captured by the speed detection system incidental to the permissible use of the speed detection system. So if that, assuming that that's still valid, it seems like there's a lot of caveats in there. Incidental, it's criminal and civil. So if somebody gets in an accident, two parties are in an accident, that it could be used for civil liability. And anything incidental to this, of course we want to protect everyone, but what potential side effects could be just in this last sentence of the law?
Well, it's to be determined because this law was passed in 2023, so I haven't seen any cases. And then we clearly, we here in the city of Tampa don't have these cameras, so this issue hasn't come up. But my understanding is, and you have to look at it, that the beginning of that statute says a speed detection system in a school zone may not be used for remote surveillance. So what that means is there is not a person, a police officer watching a live feed. There's not a live feed of cars going through the school zone. So that's what that means. And then that's why when there was the question about this potentially being integrated with license plate cameras, it's our legal opinion that that cannot be done here in Florida based upon the language of the statute. Then the portion that you refer to seems like it's an exception to the general rule that this can only be used for this purposes. So the way that I understand it hasn't happened or hasn't worked yet. It'd have to be requested and then determined if, because when you go down to the second part, the records are destroyed within 90 days of the actual event. So if there's not an event, which would be defined as a speeding event, there may not be a record. If there was a speeding event that was captured, and let's say when the speeding event was captured immediately before, immediately after there was a car accident, and someone's suing someone in civil court, if they want to try and get that record, I think that's what that's written for. So it's possible, but it would also depend on the time frame. And then going on top of that, there's other Florida statute like Section 119, which is our public records law, that also goes on top of that we would have to examine to see who actually could have access to those
So
records.
just that.
So that's the best answer I can give you at this time.
Thank you for the thorough answer. That last sentence just gives me a lot of concern, especially that the legislature can just change it anytime. But one other question, we talk about safety. I'm driving through school zones all the time, probably like everybody, but I'm dropping at least one of my kids off every day and driving through the school zones. And what I notice is the signs are just not sufficient. The signs aren't big enough. They're not flashing lights. They're not illuminated. There's no, the first step in a lot of areas is mobility will put out the radar gun with a flashing sign to say how fast you're going. But in a lot of school zones, there's none of that. People don't even see the signs. Sometimes when I slow down, people are honking the horn because they don't understand that it's there. Are there any studies not done by vendors that show that putting more robust signs and flashing lights are any less effective than writing people tickets? I mean, even though it's going to generate 15 million or 17 million for the city, that's coming out of the pockets of our residents who already feel overtaxed. Wouldn't it be better just to try to prevent safety problems by putting flashing lights and bigger signs up?
Well, I mean, this school zone safety camera law was passed by the Florida legislature, and then an ordinance was passed by city council allowing us to use this. So this is an additional safety tool in addition to regular law enforcement, in addition to signage. So to answer your question, Councilman, I'm not aware of that study because that's outside the scope of today, but what I can tell you is, as part of this process and part of why it takes so long is all in conjunction with the vendor, with mobility, with our TPD, they go out and assess the signage, and if the signs are inappropriate or not in the right areas or they just don't work, those are things that are going to be replaced and done in order to make the program work effectively. And then this is something that can be changed by council and can be expanded if you look at the success of it, and then you look at what schools you approved. I think it was 12 or 13 schools initially. You could change your mind and add some schools to that if this, depending on how this turns out. So a lot of this is to be determined once the program is up and running. But additional safety studies are something that could
Yeah, I
be
think
done.
maybe
I
as
just
a
haven't looked at them for
As a separate
purposes of
agenda item,
today.
maybe we ought to get mobility to come talk about how we can make the signs bigger and have flashing lights around schools.
Councilman Miranda, Councilman Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Two things. First of all, the sign is nice, but when you only say Monday to 1:30, but the top one doesn't say any days. So the people are gonna have to read it and say, what does that mean? So, I mean, not everybody can think like you and I can. I'm not the smartest guy in the world.
Me either.
So what I'm saying is, could you have Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday in small letters or something? So you cover yourself in case somebody says, well, you only said Monday. I'm just thinking outside the box and what somebody may say, and I'm not a lawyer. And the next question is this: can a private citizen have their own camera in front of their house that rotates and catch everybody's license plate?
Well, what I would say is they aren't subject to the same, private citizens aren't subject to the same constitutional regulations and
'Cause I've seen 'em before.
than the government is. And, you know, the general rule is if you're in public, then you have no right to privacy. So if you're driving your car in public, generally anyone, including the government, including anyone behind you, people have cameras in their vehicles and are recording themselves driving. So legally, generally in a public area, that's not an issue. Of course, there's exceptions, but in a public area, there's generally no problem with
You're
that.
gonna have one on top of your car and your front porch that catches everything that comes by. Thank you, government.
Okay, Councilwoman Young.
Two questions. Is it possible that we can get maybe like an annual report of the cameras, like how they're working, how it's, reducing the speed, how many, warnings or citations are going on, what's the total fee, what's the total fine revenue that's coming from the cameras, like on the.
Yes, ma'am. I think that's actually required by the statute.
Okay.
So, yes, you will get a written report, and then I think we're required to come and give a presentation to City Council. So, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then do we know, and that's, I don't know, maybe I missed this, where what would the money is generated from the citations, what it'll be used for? Will it be district specific? How will that work?
There is a breakdown by statute in terms of the percentage that comes to the city, and then from the percentage that comes to the city, I believe that after we pay the vendor a percentage, then there are some, let's see, $23, well, this goes, $40 goes to the state, it goes to the State Department of Revenue, some goes to the school district for use for school security initiatives, some transportation, this is the state fund, and then our fee goes some to the city and some to the vendor, and then part of our fee, I think, is required to be used for safety initiatives, and then I think part of the other fee is maybe allowed to go straight to the general fund.
Yes.
Crossing guards, and then there's also a portion that's designated for crossing guards.
Okay, and this is all in writing?
Yes, ma'am, it's part of the statute,
Okay.
and then we have it in our materials.
Okay.
Okay, Councilwoman Hurtak, and you'll be the last speaker on this.
Yeah, I
item.
just wanted to reply to Councilwoman Young on this too. When Mr. O'Hara showed us the extra money left over from FY '25, remember there was 4.5 million that was supposed to be from these school cameras, but because the former company wasn't able to get started, that's why we didn't get, so 4.5 million, I think, is what we were projected to get at least, and that would be general fund money.
Okay.
So yeah, we'll have a bite at that apple, I suppose, when it goes. So all I wanted to say is that speeding, I agree, it's hard to get people to do the speed limit, but it's mainly societal. So I will issue the same challenge that I issue to people all the time. I have started going the speed limit, and it is probably one of the scariest things I've ever done. But it's the law. I've almost also gotten rear-ended. Now that I do a lot of ride-alongs with TPD, I stop at every single stop bar with a hard stop because I'm told that's what I have to do. I have almost gotten rear-ended so many times because I follow the law. But following...
Would you teach my other half how to do that?
Well, no, I mean...
Stop at the bar, not the stop.
Again, I mean, you really have to think about it, and it's a societal thing, and all it takes is more of us to start doing that. And so I'm just gonna issue a plea. Follow the rules.
I lied because I'm going to say one thing. I voted against every one of these lights because I don't like government having this kind of technology. But
One last thing. If I remember, this has come before council before.
yeah.
Yeah, one.
So I will concede that because of base, and this is where public comment works. We've been inundated with public comments in support of this project, and who am I to stand in front of what people want? And that seems overwhelming support for the process, so I'll be voting in the affirmative. Councilman Vieira, would you please move this resolution?
Yes, sir. You'd like to move second?
Resolution.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilman Vieira, second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay. It was, Carlson voted nay.
Motion carried unanimously.
No, Carlson voted no.
Oh, sorry. Motion carried with Carlson voting no.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, neighborhood and community affairs.
Sorry.
Okay, what?
That took so long.
Oh, it's all right. Neighborhood and, tell that to my eyes, my sleepy eyes. Neighborhood and Community Affairs Committee, items 11 through 23. Councilwoman Young.
I move items 11 through 23.
We have a motion from Councilwoman Young, a second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it unanimously. Thank you. Infrastructure Committee, items 24 through 26.
You have something coming up?
Councilman Guido Maniscalco.
I move items 24 through 26.
We have a motion from Councilman Maniscalco, second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Is it applicable to these items? Go ahead. Put your mic on.
You're about to take up the Finance Committee?
Yes, we are.
And that is,
And I'm gonna take care of it. I got
and
it.
what I'm going to ask is, because that didn't appear on the agenda, I'm going to ask when Councilman Miranda does move these, and then the add-on, I'm going to ask him to read the title.
Okay. Okay, very good.
Also, I move Chairman Finance Committee, 27, 29, and 30. 28 was pulled.
Correct. And then we're gonna end up having a 31, which is the title that you have there. So if you wanna read that.
Yes, sir.
Put your mic on. Put your mic on.
Resolution authorizing a compromise settlement in the city. I move the resolution authorizing a compromise settlement by the city of Tampa in the amount of $350,000 in a federal lawsuit, Lopez versus City of Tampa, case number 8.23-CV-02548-KKG-LSG, providing an effective date.
Thank you. We have a motion moving to item 27, 29, 30, and our add-on 31.
Well, that's really, don't say 31, because it's not.
Okay, it wasn't there, it's okay.
I want-
And the add-on.
I want to, I didn't know he was going to add that. Can we, I want to vote on that one separately, please.
Yeah.
Okay. So.
27, 29, 30.
Well, let's rescind the vote, please. I ask for recension of the vote.
Okay, I haven't actually called for the vote yet, so would you please move items 27, 29, and 30?
I move 27, 29, and 30.
We have a motion from Councilman Miranda, second from Councilman Vieira. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it unanimously. Councilman Miranda, would you please move the settlement offer?
Let me read it again, just in case there's any
Sorry about that.
discussion. No problem. A resolution authorizing a compromise settlement by the city of Tampa in the amount of $350,000 of the federal lawsuit Lopez versus City of Tampa, case number 8.23/CV/02548/KKG/LSG, and providing an effective date.
Thank you. We have a motion from Councilman Miranda, second from Councilman Vieira. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Motion carried with Carlson voting no.
Thank you. Okay, Development and Economic Opportunity Committee.
We have 28.
28, I'm sorry, okay, item 28. Sorry. Who wants to comment? Who pulled that?
My comment on that one is that I think we have okay, this is talking about getting a peer review of our auditing process. There's a fundamental flaw in our auditing process is that although she's a great person, the auditor reports to the mayor. And I think somehow we need to include in this process, whether it's standard in a two-branch government, that the auditor would only report to one branch. That's my comment.
I guess I'm not fluid enough to understand.
No, I don't know if you remember from the last administration, that they would sit on audits for months and not, calling them drafts and not show city council. And this administration is not doing that, but could be the perception of implied bias if only one branch of government is reviewing it. So I'm not gonna make a motion, I just wanted to make that point. I think it needs to be resolved somehow.
Okay, so maybe we'll revolve in a future date? We'll look into that more, maybe bring it back to us on a future date, fully
Maybe.
fleshed out? Okay. Councilman Miranda, would you move item 28, please?
I move 28, and what it says here, to meet the requirements, the city will participate in Association of Local Government Auditors, ALGA peer review program. And this is not something that we want to do, something that we have to do by what I read here. The resolution authorizes $6,500 general funds to cover required peer reviews expenses, and with the LAGA, and then you go up front, the city internal audit department requires, under government auditing standards, to undergo an extreme peer review every 3 years. That's what this is about.
Gotcha. Okay, so we have a motion to move item 28 from Councilman Miranda, second from?
Second.
Okay, second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, the ayes have it unanimously. Thank you very much. Development and Economic Opportunity Committee, Bill Carlson, Councilman Carlson, would you move 31 through 33?
So I need to abstain on 31. The firm that I work with has a client that may be related to this, so I'm going to abstain, but I'll move 32 and 33.
Okay. We have a motion moving item 32 and 33 from Councilman Carlson, second from Councilman Vieira. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Councilwoman Young, would you move items 31? Move item 31.
I move item 31.
Okay. We have a motion from Councilwoman Young, second from
Second.
Councilman Vieira. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it.
Motion carried unanimously with Carlson abstaining.
Thank you so much. Item number 34, who pulled that?
I'm going to vote no, so.
Okay, so you just wanted a separate vote?
Yeah.
Okay, so Councilwoman Young, would you move item 34?
You're the vice chair, you can.
Oh, true.
Just say move item 34. Just say move item 34.
All right, move item 34.
Okay. We have a motion from Councilwoman Young. We have a second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Motion carried with Carlson voting no.
Thank you.
Can I just say real
Yeah,
fast?
go ahead.
I, contrary to what some of the folks at the EDC have been saying, I'm not against economic development. I'm against effective economic development. I'm in favor of effective economic development, and I don't think they are. So that's my.
You need to put that on a recorder so you can play it next year.
Yeah, I will.
Okay.
We need to get serious about economic development. It's,
No, I
our
understand.
community is hurting.
We understand. Councilwoman Hurtek, would you move items
Yes.
35 through 39?
I'm moving items 35 through 39.
Thank you. We have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtek, a second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
I think we
Very
already
good.
opened the public
We
hearing?
did open the public. We are now at the 10 a.m. public hearings. I think there's a Jesus in front of that. Okay, very good. Item number 40.
Good afternoon. Kamaria Pettis-Mackel from the Legal Department. Item number 40 is second reading for file number HL 25-18468 for HPC 25-2029 is regarding an ordinance designating Neo Fuente Buckeye located at 2708 North 18th Street as a local historic landmark. I hope that staff is available online if you have any questions. But they gave the presentation during the
Does
first
council have any
reading.
questions? I think this is all fresh in memory. No questions. Okay, very good. Okay. Is there anybody in the public who wishes to speak this item? Hearing none?
Move to close.
We have a motion closed from Councilman Miranda, second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Who would like to read this item?
Me.
Councilman Maniscalco.
Well, it's a very special project.
I know it
so-
is for you. I remember.
An ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, ordinance of the City of Tampa, Florida, designating the Nieto Fuente Buckeye located at 2708 North 18th Street, Tampa, Florida, as more particularly described in Section 3 hereof as a local historic landmark, providing for repeal of all ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
We have a motion from Councilman Maniscalco, a second from Councilman Vieira. Please record your vote.
And speaking of historic preservation, if you watch the City of Tampa, one of the reels they put up today, Dennis Fernandez is a showcase, who is awesome, and he talks Tampa history. So if you haven't seen it, check it out.
Motion carried unanimously.
Okay, remember, we're all in public hearings right now, too. Okay, item number 41. Danny, you didn't want to sit with us in person?
You hear me online?
Yeah, we hear you. If you can hear us, we can hear you. Danny, were you sworn in?
No, I didn't be sworn in.
Oh, this is non-quasi, never mind. Never mind, we don't need you. You're swearing. Go ahead.
Danny Collins, with your planning commission staff. This is second reading for file number TACPA 2506. It's an ordinance amending the Tampa Comprehensive Plan, updating the recreation open space, capital improvement, solid waste, intergovernmental coordination, and the definition sections to the comprehensive plan. Council approved this amendment at your hearing on January 29th and is back before you today for second reading, and that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Does council have any questions? Hearing none. Anybody in the public wish to speak to this item? Hearing none. Can I get a motion to close? A motion to close from Councilman Maniscalco, second from Councilman Vieira. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Councilman Carlson, would you read item 41?
Move item number 41, file number TACPA 25-06, ordinance being presented for second reading adoption ordinance amending the Tampa Comprehensive Plan, updating the recreation, open space, capital improvements, solid waste, intergovernmental coordination, and definitions sections, providing for appeal of all ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, providing effective date.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilman Carlson, second from Councilman Maniscalco. Please record your vote.
Motion carried unanimously with Hurtak being absent at vote.
Thank you. File number 42, or file 42.
Danny Collins, again with your planning commission staff. This is second reading for file number TACPA 2510. It's an ordinance amending the Tampa Comprehensive Plan. Future land use map amendment for the properties located at 2602, 2625, and 2801 East 4th Avenue, 2701 and 2710 East 5th Avenue, 2702 East 2nd Avenue, and folio numbers 189-483-0005, 189-516-0010, and folio 189-508-0100 from heavy industrial to urban mixed use 60. Council approved this amendment at your hearing on January 29th and is back before you today for second reading.
Thank you. Does council have any questions? Hearing none. Is there anybody in the public who wishes to speak to this item?
Move to close.
We have a motion to close. Councilman Miranda, second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Councilman Vieira, would you please read item 42?
Read an ordinance amending Tampa Comprehensive Plan, future land use element, future land use map for property located at 2602, 2625, 2801 East 4th Avenue, 2701, 2710 East 5th Avenue, 2702 East 2nd Avenue, folio numbers 189-483-0005, comma, 189-516-0010, and 189-508-0100 from heavy industrial to urban mixed use 60, UMU 60, providing for repeal of all ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, providing an effective date. Councilman Hurtak, we're on 42.
Thank you.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
that is reading and adoption.
Yes.
Reading and adoption.
Here it
We have a
is.
motion from Councilman Vieira, second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say, I'm sorry, please record your vote.
Motion carried with Hurtak voting no.
Thank you. And item number 43.
Danny Collins again with your planning commission staff. This is file number TACPA 2511. It's an ordinance amending the comprehensive plan. It's a map amendment for the properties located at 2703, 2715, and 2801 East Adamo Drive, 1101 North 26th Street, and 508, 1100, 1101, 1102, and 1120 North 28th Street, from heavy industrial to the urban mixed use 60, future land use designation. Council approved this amendment at your hearing on January 29th, and it's back before you today for a second reading.
Does council have any questions? Hearing none. Is anybody in the public that wishes to speak to this item? Seeing none. Get a motion to close from someone? We have a motion to close from Councilman Maniscalco, a second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Please record your vote.
Somebody has to read it.
Oh, shit. So. Oh, shoot.
Oh, look, it did the little sign, so I was waiting.
I have this.
Councilwoman Young, I swear like a sailor when I'm not at work, okay? I use great restraint when the microphone's on.
Okay, file number TACPA 25-11, ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, an ordinance amending the Tampa Comprehensive Plan, future land use element, future land use map for the property located at 2703, 2715, and 2801 East Adamo Drive, 1101 North 26th Street, and 501, 1100, 1101, 1102, and 1120 North 28th Street from heavy industrial HI to urban mixed use 60, UMU 60, providing for repeal of all ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
Thank you. We have a motion from Councilwoman Young, a second.
Sorry, Susan Johnson, Velez Legal Department. It sounded like you said 501. Did you say 508? I just wanted to make sure.
508?
8. Yes,
So
thank you.
for the street address, 508. Okay.
Yes, 508.
Okay, got it. Thank you for catching that because I wasn't following along. We have a motion from Councilwoman Young, a second from Councilman Miranda. Please record your vote.
I think I did. Right?
Yeah, let's say you select again if you did.
Motion carried with Hurtak voting no.
Very good. Okay. We are moving on to the 10 a.m. quasi-judicial public hearings. Councilman Viera, you were absent at these votes? Yeah. Yeah, I will. You were full reviewed and are ready to vote. Okay. If anybody is here that is going to testify in 44 and 45, please stand, raise your right hand if you have not already been sworn in. Anybody? You have? Okay. You've been sworn in already? Okay, very good. Okay, let's go. Item number 44.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Council. Can you hear me?
We can, yes. Were you sworn in, sir?
Good afternoon. Leo DeBart, yes, I was sworn.
Very good, thank you.
Leo DeBart, Laban Development Coordination. Item number 44 is AB 22516 for the property located at 1726 West Cypress Street and 901 North Fremont Avenue. The special use request is for alcoholic beverage sales, small venue classification for beer and wine, consumption on premises only. Site plan modifications were required to be made between first and second readings. Those changes have been made. The plans were certified and a copy has been presented to the clerk, and I'm available for any questions.
Does council have any questions? Hearing none. Is there applicant wish to speak?
Good evening, Council. Colin Rice, the law firm of Older Lundy. Yes, all revisions have been made. We met with the neighborhood, productive conversations there. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Does council have any questions? Hearing none. Is anybody in the public who wishes to speak to this item?
Move to close.
A motion to close from Councilman Miranda, second from?
Second.
Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Councilwoman Hurtak, would you read item 44?
Yes, file number AB 2-25-16, ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, an ordinance approving a special use permit, SU2, for alcohol beverage sales, small venue, consumption on premises only, and making lawful the sale of beer and wine at or from that certain lot, plot, or tract of land located at 1726 West Cypress Street and 901 North Fremont Avenue, Tampa, Florida, as more particularly described in Section 2, providing that all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict are repealed, providing an effective date.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak. We have a second from Councilman Miranda. Please record your vote.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Item 45.
Thank you again, Chairman and Council. Leo DeBart, Laban Development Coordination. Item number 45 is AB 22602 for the property located at 4205 and 4230 South MacDill Avenue. This is a special use request for alcoholic beverage sales, small venue classification for beer and wine, consumption on premises, and package sales, off premises consumption. Site plan modifications were required between first and second reading. Those changes have been made. The plans were certified and a copy has been provided to the clerk. I'm available for any questions.
Council have any questions? Hearing none. Applicant?
Tyler Hudson, 400 North Ashley Drive, nothing further. Just happy birthday to Marty. Thanks.
Thank you. Very good. Anybody in the public wishes to speak to this item? Hearing none. Can I get a motion to close? We have a motion to close, Councilman Miranda, second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Councilman Maniscalco, would you please read item 45?
Thank you very much. I have an ordinance approving a special use permit SU2 for alcoholic beverage sales, small venue consumption on premises only, and making lawful sale of beer and wine at or from that certain lot, plot, or tract of land located at 4205 and 4230 South MacDill Avenue, Tampa, Florida, and one particularly described in Section 2, providing that all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict are repealed, providing an effective date.
Second. We have a motion from Councilman Maniscalco, second from Councilman Miranda. Please record your vote.
Chairman, if I may,
Hello.
excuse me, it's
Okay.
LaShawn Doff, Development Coordination.
LaShawn, yes.
Within the ordinance, this is a request for package sales also.
For package sales also. Let's see, so we need to read, so is it published correctly? Because on our agenda, it doesn't say that.
Everything else was correct, the certified application, the site plan, the staff report. It's just that on here, for whatever reason, it's just showing consumption on premise only. So I just want to make sure package sales is included.
So
We
we-
don't know that unless we have the ordinance. Ms. Johnson Velez, is what you had, do you have that with that added on?
Yeah, it was at the beginning, yeah.
The title?
It was the first reading, that's how it was presented, yeah. I didn't see the agenda, but is it on the ordinance?
Madam Clerk?
Can I have a motion to reopen the public hearing?
Reopen the item number 45.
We have a motion from
Understand.
Councilman Miranda, second.
We need to rescind the vote.
We didn't actually vote, did we? Because I did.
Yeah, we read
She put it up there.
She put it up?
Well, actually, we have the motion to reconsider,
Oh,
so.
why don't we just hold it for a minute?
Hold on.
Let's just hold it and see where we stand. Because it may be correct for all we know.
It was package sales.
So I have consumption on premises only on
On the
Agenda.
on the first read,
on the ordinance.
on this ordinance.
Yeah.
What about
An
the one
ordinance
2 week?
approving a special use permit for alcoholic beverage sales, small venue, consumption on premises only, and making lawful the sale of beer, wine at or from that certain lot, plot, or tract of land located at 4205 and 4230 South MacDill Avenue.
And was that
That's
the
what
way
I
it
got.
was read at first reading? Do you know? Would you know? Mr. Hudson, do you recall it being,
presented at package sales, it was noticed, sorry, Tyler Hudson.
it was
400
noticed as
North Ashley
package
Ave.
sales?
Yeah.
But you don't have a
We didn't bring it
recollection?
up. Huh?
You don't have a recollection if it was read with package sales
We
at
have to
first
look at
I
reading?
was
Page.
not first reading, I wasn't here.
I'm looking at the minutes.
If
Yeah, we
it's
could
not
pull
in the
minutes.
first, the minutes of first reading,
Video
then,
camera, bring
In
it
the
up.
minutes,
on
it
the page.
states, the title is the same as what you have here.
so you don't have, the ordinance, what you have does not comport with what is
So I got
expected.
noticed.
I don't know,
Let's just leave it to the lawyers.
Let's-
not,
Let's just leave it to the lawyers and let them tell us what to
wait,
do.
so the question then,
So the title that was on the agenda.
is your microphone on, just so I can hear that?
The title that's on this agenda is exactly what's stated on the ordinance itself.
And that first reading was read the same way?
Correct.
So it did not appear on the first reading. I don't know whether it was changed to
Then
be.
we can bring it up. There's definitely notice as package sales. That's the intent. I think that's how it was described at the hearing. So to avoid confusion, I guess I would ask that we treat this as a first reading and do the package sales inclusion in the approval today, and then we'll come back for a second. We're not aware of any opposition. We had one neighbor who I think reached out, also to Councilmember Hurtak and Councilmember Carlson. He said his concerns were satisfied. Not aware of any controversy here at all. So in order to get it right later and not the first time, let's get it right now. It should include package sales, because that's, just for beer and wine, because that's how it was noticed.
And your request then, Mr. Hudson, would be then to treat this as first reading and have a second reading and
Yes,
public
sir.
hearing set for 2 weeks.
Yes,
Do we
sir.
have a motion then to,
Hold on a second, we have a question from a councilwoman. Councilwoman Hurtak.
Can I just request that Mr. Hudson and legal just make sure, I just want to make sure that that is what was talked about in the hearing to begin with. I don't know if we just need to take a couple of minutes, but I want to make sure that that was talked about in the hearing, because I just don't remember, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
was Ms. Stock?
so.
Because Ms. Stock is the one who brought this to our attention.
Council,
Why don't we-
Yes,
why don't we
LaShawn
reopen the
Dodd.
public hearing?
Yeah,
Okay,
we have a motion from Councilman Miranda, Councilman Vieira, second from Councilman
File
Miranda.
number AB 226-02.
Thank you.
All those in favor to reopen the public hearing, say
Aye.
aye. Aye, opposed, ayes have it.
Maybe Ms. Stock can refresh everybody's recollection.
Ms. Stock, you recognized.
Yes, LaShawn Dock Development Coordination. So the item was presented with package sales. It was noticed as having consumption on premise and package sales. But what we can do while the ordinance is corrected, this would become first reading. And then we would have a second reading. And that gives enough time to get the ordinance corrected on the record,
Okay.
to catch up with everything else.
Then a motion to rescind your prior motion on this case.
Move 45 for part vote.
I have a reconsider.
No,
Or
it's a
a
motion,
rescind,
no, it's a
rescind.
motion to rescind.
We have a motion to rescind
Item
file
AB
number AB
226.
2602 from Councilman Maniscalco, a second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, ayes have it.
And now
We will now
hold-
read item number, or file number AB 2602 as a first reading, and adoption, inserting
No,
package sales.
No,
just a
not
fir-
yet. They're
just
gonna
a
make that
first
change in a
reading.
second.
Just a
Oh,
first reading
I'm sorry, first reading.
consideration. Who read
I'm
it? I'm
tired.
sorry.
Heard
So it'd be
that.
for
Oh,
first
Ms.
reading
Scott?
consideration, and when you get to the line about what is being asked for, and package sales, is that the correct verbiage?
Do you want me to add that, or you
thought
want to
that's
wait
what I
till
said.
second reading?
No, it has to be in this point in time to come back in second reading. You're gonna say it verbally?
That's what we're about to do.
No, but no, he's asking me a question.
Can I ask, or you want to add and package sales?
Yes.
Okay.
Is that what came down? That's what came down. Here you are.
Here we go.
You want me to read exactly as she
Yes.
handed it?
Okay.
All right.
Councilman Maniscalco.
You want to close the hearing?
A motion to close the hearing,
Motion
please.
closed?
Second.
We have a motion closed from Councilman Maniscalco, second from Councilman Viera. All those in favor?
What?
Hold on.
Stop for a second.
Stop in
Please.
the name.
An ordinance, a corrected ordinance just came down from legal during this hearing. And it turns out that if this were intended to have been the way this is now, with this new ordinance that Ms. Johnson-Velez said, then there's no reason why it cannot be read for second reading and adoption now that he has the corrected ordinance. And it'll be given, no, am I
In the
wrong?
interest of clarity, I'd rather just treat this as a first reading.
Yeah,
just
let's
to
do
make
it just in case. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's on me, guys. I
So,
should have caught
Ms.
that, so I'm
Johnson
sorry about
Velez,
that.
I'm going to read it exactly as you
Yeah,
handed
let's
it.
keep it as clean as possible.
First
Let it
reading
go back.
consideration.
Lawyers like that.
All right.
Okay, Councilman,
appreciate
okay,
it.
no more interruptions. Councilman Maniscalco, read, please.
I have an ordinance approving a special use permit, SU2. This is for first reading. For alcoholic beverage sales, small venue consumption on premises and package sales off premises consumption.
Second.
And making lawful the sale of beer and wine at or from that certain lot, plot, or tract of land located at 4205 and 4230 South MacDill Avenue, Tampa, Florida, as more particularly described in section 2, providing that all ordinances, parts of ordinances in conflict are repealed, providing an effective date.
Thank you. We have a motion from Councilman Maniscalco. We have a second from Councilman Miranda. I guess let's do a roll call vote. Oh, it's the first reading. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on March 26, 2026 at 10 o'clock a.m. in Old City Hall, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
42.
48.
I'm sorry, 48. You're right. Wrong page. You want to do what? Oh, you want this one? Okay. Okay, we're moving on to 48.
No, 48.
Who's here for 48? Here we go.
That's withdrawn, 46, yeah, I'm sorry.
We're all tired.
Good evening, Council. Emma Gregory, Legal Department. I'm here for the first reading of a proposed ordinance removing section 22103 sub C1, also known as the sidewalk to nowhere exception from the sidewalk requirement, as requested by Council's motion. So I'm here if you have any questions.
Thank you. Does council have any questions? Councilwoman Hurtak and then Councilman Miranda.
I just wanted to say thank you so much. This is getting rid of just a little piece that prevented sidewalks from being built throughout the city, and we just really, really appreciate it. Thank you.
Councilman Miranda.
Nice writing and everything else, but however, when you read the ordinance, it just says about across the street. The problem is that it does address houses on the corner of the street that may not have the possibility of putting a sidewalk on the street. And I'll give you a classic example. If you go down from MacDill Avenue, heading north, 1.5 blocks on the right, there's a brand new house that was just finished building. There's about an 80 to 90 foot sidewalk. And you know where it empties to? MacDill Avenue. Does not go straight because there's no sidewalk anywhere. So there's no sidewalk from Columbus Drive and MacDill all the way to St. Joseph Hospital. And not only that, on the other side of St. Joseph Hospital, all the way to Hillsborough Avenue. There is no sidewalk. The only sidewalk is on the side of the street. So if you pass this ordinance, you can't put it in front of the street because you say you want your sidewalk to go here and then the addition to go across the street if there's a sidewalk there. In this case, there is no sidewalk in front of the street. There's a case of sidewalk on the side of the street. So I'm not blaming you, but things do happen, and I'm not trying to stop this ordinance. You want to pass it, fine, but you're going to have to refine it if you really want it to be 100% proof. The sidewalk goes, and you can follow it down the line. You go 2 blocks, 1.5 blocks north on MacDill Avenue, and you look to the right, there's a brand new house, And the sidewalk goes east and north until it gets to the corner, but it turns to left. You walk into the street off the sidewalk that the city put even a yellow binder there, so you know you got to exit that way. I never seen a sidewalk that empties out into the middle of a street. Go look at that for yourself.
Thank you. Councilman Carlson, then Vera.
Yeah, we have received requests just in the last 24 hours from a neighborhood called Culbreth Bayou, which is over on the west side of the peninsula in South Tampa. They were one of the hardest hit neighborhoods during the storms. The surge came in and wiped out most of the neighborhood. As they're rebuilding now, they're concerned about this requirement because of the cost of going, and we talked about that issue a couple weeks ago. But the other thing is they've done some preliminary research, at least with historians, and the way the historians say this neighborhood was originally platted was it intentionally did not have sidewalks, and the city did not have any easement for sidewalks. There was a utility easement, but not a sidewalk easement, and they think that it would create hazardous conditions in their neighborhood. Is there a way to at least temporarily exclude Culbreth Bayou and then come back and revisit us at some point in the future after legal analyze the situation?
All of our ordinances are general application. So these are general laws that apply to all streets and neighborhoods within the city. I'm aware that Culbreth Bayou has voiced some of these concerns, but I am not yet ready to address their concerns.
Is there, my question is there a way to just partition out Culbreth Bayou and then we can put on the agenda to come back at some point in the future and revisit it?
I would say at this point, I mean, section 22-103 applies to the entire city.
But can we just say excluding the area known as Culbreth Bayou?
I don't know, I don't at this point know that we have a basis to do that.
What I would do is I would just vote no, and then I just found this out today and yesterday, so I didn't have a chance to talk to you about it. But I want this to pass. I think this is really important for getting sidewalks, and I've given the example of my street where there's a person in a wheelchair who has to go in the middle of the road, and it's incredibly dangerous because people are speeding. But if a particular neighborhood was platted that way, I think we should research it before we impose something on them that was never intended for that neighborhood, because each neighborhood has its own planning. So if I will have to vote no now. If it passes, then I'll make another motion to ask us to study this.
Councilman Vera.
Yes, sir, and I was going to ask the same thing, and I'm glad a gentleman from there who I know who's a very nice, decent individual contacted me on that from Culbreth. And so, correct me if I'm wrong, I mean, this is first reading, right? So we're going to have second reading. So what I'm going to do, because as Councilman Carlson said, this is a good ordinance. It's going to do really good things for a lot of good people. But I would like to, and obviously we're going to have a separate motion on this, to check between first and second reading if we can exclude any part of the city of Tampa from this.
Truthfully, Councilman Vieira,
Yes,
I think that would delay the whole entire ordinance. I think that would go beyond the scope of the changes that are allowed between first and second reading.
Yeah.
I think that would require a big staff effort to study the neighborhood, to do the historical research. And I think there's a consideration that it could undermine the sidewalk effort that we're trying to enact through the whole entire city.
Sure.
So I think it's obviously council's pleasure for us to conduct that work, but it would significantly delay this ordinance.
Yes, ma'am. So what I, and again, and Councilman Carlson can make the motion, I will support it, but perhaps we can look at the feasibility of looking at that between first and second reading, feasibility to at least show these good folks that we're doing something. Because again, they were tremendously impacted in the hurricanes in '24. And I think that doing our best for this, given those concerns that were raised in that correspondence, is something that I'm very sympathetic to. Again, I'm going to vote on this in first reading because this is wonderful. This is a good thing. But I do want to see what we can do between first and second reading. And if it delays it a week or two or whatever it is, if it's much longer, like you say, that's fine. But at least to look at feasibility, because again, as Councilman Carlson said, this just literally came up within the last 24, 48 hours, and we want to be responsive to these good folks in this neighborhood. So again, I will support this. However, with the expectation that between first and second, we're going to inquire on what we can do for this neighborhood and see if anything can be set aside to the extent that it can, and then I'll make my determination upon second reading. That's my intent. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Councilman Miranda.
Let me say this also. I really believe that, although I'm going to support it, so people say I don't like sidewalks. I like sidewalks, but what they're doing now is telling you, walk on the street, get hit by a car. Because it takes you right into MacDill, not straight. It makes a left, like exit to the street. I never seen anything like it. But don't take my word, go look at it. And the second thing is what the two gentlemen before me talked about. The only way this is going to work is the city funds it itself. Some type of transportation tax or something that goes on it, because it will never, ever end. The earth will disintegrate before this is done. Because it says, how many houses, new houses are going to be built when there's no houses to be built sooner or later, because there's no houses, unless you have a knockdown, you have one house. But you can't, because one house goes down to the block, that doesn't mean you're going to do the whole sidewalk. You're only going to do one house. If that person doesn't want to pay, then it goes to somebody else. But the problem is that whoever built a house now, and they don't want a sidewalk, and then I'm thinking, what about if there's a ditch on the city property? The sidewalk only goes on city property, not on private property. So while there's a ditch, that's a city ditch. The city should be able to pay for the sidewalk. Because the homeowner has no say over there's a ditch or no ditch if he buys a house or builds a house and there's a ditch there. So what is the homeowner supposed to do? Pay into the lien? In fact, I did a little math real quick. 50-foot lot is $7,250. A 60-foot lot is $8,700. And a 70-foot is $10,150 just for the sidewalk. And he or she is never going to see a sidewalk. They got to pay it to somebody else because they have a ditch. It doesn't make common sense, and no fraction on you, please, don't take that. It's a system that does not work, and we're going to perpetuate it to make it work.
Thank you, Councilman Miranda. Councilwoman Hurtak, this is a passion thing for you. Would you like to read this?
We need to get public comment.
Oh, that's right. Does anybody in the public want to speak to this item? Hearing none? Motion?
Motion to close.
Motion to close. Councilman Miranda, second from Councilman Vieira. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Councilwoman Hurtak.
Yes, ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance of the City of Tampa, Florida, amending the City of Tampa Code of Ordinances, Chapter 22, Article 1, Division 3, Subdivision 3, Section 22-103, when new sidewalk construction is required, contributions to Sidewalk Trust Fund in lieu of constructing a sidewalk, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
We have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak, a second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it.
May I say one thing?
Yes, Councilman.
Yeah, just to explain, I said I was going to vote against it. Councilmember Vieira reminded us that there are 2 votes on this, so between first and second reading, we'd love to talk to folks about that. And I also have the motion on Culprit Bayou. Do you want me to wait till later, or can I do it now?
Well, let me say something. Okay, go ahead.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on March 26, 2026 at 10 a.m. in City Council Chambers, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Okay, we still have a lot of substance. Is it just 4? But they're all going to be long ones.
In point of whatever it is, I have something I should have, I have something I should have been at about 5:45, and I can pull it off another 20 minutes. I mean, I know we have a full council, but just FYI, I didn't think we'd go until.
Yeah, I mean, I really highly suggest we figure out a way, because we're not going to do any, if you guys are as fried as I am, we're not doing anybody any service by listening to this stuff this late. I mean, my brain is fried. Councilwoman McKay.
I think I can solve item 57 pretty quickly, and just say that that is the summer youth program. So I spoke to Miss McKenzie. We need $175,000 to add it, to make it to go to 70 kids. We already have 200 slated in the extra budget from FY25. That's already done. I think we don't really, I mean, if she wants to add a couple of sentences, but the money has already been allocated by us last week for the extra money to make it to 70. In fact, we have like a $25,000 cushion, so maybe we could even go higher. But do you have anything else to add to that?
We would encourage council.
Name, sorry.
Oh, for the record, Brenda McKenzie, Director of Workforce Partnerships, would encourage council to consider taking an intern. For the summer, it's still open, so we're working with departments and with council to make sure that we're able to place the students in wonderful opportunities. Thank you.
And the only other thing that I wanted to mention, because it was mentioned by the public and I did speak to Ms. McKenzie about it, is we have to find a way. We can't do it now because we already have opened the applications, but we really need to find a way to prioritize City of Tampa youth, because right now it's open to everyone. Yeah, and I know there are some things about some City of Tampa employees and their kids, and that they might not live in the city, but really we need to prioritize. Next year, I want to make it a thing that we're prioritizing City of Tampa youth.
Okay, so we need a motion to receive and file for 57?
Yeah, I'll make that motion.
Motion to receive and file from Councilwoman Herzog, second from Councilwoman Young. All those in favor say aye. Aye, opposed, ayes have it.
One down.
Okay, so on these others, is there anything from staff? Is there anything on staff that you guys have to be heard tonight that we couldn't go until like our special call meeting on April 7th?
Well, let's go.
Yeah, they kind of need to get there.
Okay.
I have my 45-page. Eric Cotton, Development Coordination. This is just the transmittal hearing for the text amendments. There's nothing substantive taking place this evening from council. It's just we were going to present what those amendments were so we can get it to the Planning Commission for their briefing. And you'll be getting it back in March, April, May
anything we don't
for
know
first reading.
already?
Do it fast.
No, we workshopped this in September.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
go through it.
How fast, how much time do you need?
61.
You want the Eric Cotton version? By about 30 seconds.
Yes, yes. Okay, start with your name, and we are going to, this is item number 61, right?
Yes. Eric Cotton, Development Coordination. So this is the July 2025 cycle. We are here. This is the transmittal hearing for the cycle. The first was a council initiated text amendment, which was amendment to section 27-199, which was to increase the height in the Channel District to FAA, HCAA, and to allow the possibility of bonus with council approval, western channel side, east of Meridian within the Channel District.
Can I say one thing about this?
Go ahead.
Andy and Ken were here last time and had some concerns, but they resolved that with Abby, so it's all fine.
Okay, good. Okay.
Okay.
Continue.
And basically, the table is gonna basically get changed to look like that, was then highlighted in yellow. Then there were 4 text amendments that were initiated by staff. 3 of them were to basically amend our code to keep up with everything the state's preempting us on. Subdivision regulations, the state changed the rules. We are amending our code to correct some of those, or not to correct, to update our subdivision regulations to match that. Most controversial one will probably be the special street setback, which we can of course discuss at the first reading if you like. State preempted us on electric vehicles, so we can no longer have electric vehicle capable places, and then certified recovery residences is another thing the state has preempted us on and required us to have. That's the Eric Cotton short version of everything.
Okay. Does council have any questions?
What is a recovery residence?
Generically, you can call them sober living
Oh,
homes.
okay, got it.
Okay. Hearing no other questions. Anybody, do we need public comment on this? No, we don't. Okay, so I need a motion to
So move
transmit.
61,
As a transmit.
to transmit.
Okay, we have a motion to transmit from Councilman Maniscalco, a second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, the ayes have it. For 55, Police Department, how long do you need for that presentation?
Thank you.
I need 30 seconds.
Okay.
Okay, let's go. So this is item number 55.
Les Richardson, Tampa Police Department. Just wanted to recap on the town hall that we had with Councilman Nia Young. We had the opportunity to hear from our constituents. We implemented a couple of things. Some of those were the increased in presence for the units that are in Ybor City. I think that we had a very successful Ybor Nights Parade, and I think that was some of what we did. We've also kept our partnerships with code enforcement and Yes Team, and they were out there as well. I think a lot of our questions that we did see were directed towards traffic calming and management, and I think most of that would come off under mobility, but I did want to come up here and one, thank the councilwoman, but just give you all a report on what was that, what came out of that and where we stand on that. So hand it over to mobility.
All right, Adam Purcell, Transportation Services Director. I participated in the Ybor workshop, and very quickly, what's come out of that effort?
Yeah, zoom it out a little bit so that we have the whole screen.
Oh, we don't have to tell them how to do it. How cool.
There we go. All right, so the safety improvements we've decided to make in Ybor to respond to the crash that occurred in November stem from a couple of efforts that we've identified. We need to slow traffic, and we need to stop their ability from accessing the pedestrian space along the roadway. So some of the things that has been discussed in mobility are short and long-term interventions. The short-term interventions are a reduction of speed limit. So currently there was a segment of 7th Avenue that was still marked for 30 miles an hour. We've come out and decided to reduce that speed limit to 25. And then where the vehicle approached that resulted in the crash just east of Nucio, is an area of 7th Avenue between Nebraska and Nucio that was a fairly wide right-of-way. It had wide lanes of traffic that allowed for high speed of travel. One of the things we're going to do is introduce on-street parking. So we're going to come in and we're going to narrow the roadway. We're going to repave that segment of road, introducing bus bays, painted bus bays, and space for 36 on-street parking spaces. What we hope that as traffic approaches the more active segment of 7th Avenue and Ybor, that traffic is slowed because of that physical impediment of the narrowing of lanes. That's going to happen within the next 2 weeks. So we've moved very quickly as a staff. We shifted some resources. We talked with the public last month that we thought it would happen in the next 90 days. We've been able to front load it even more. So that speed limit and that repaving will occur in the next 2 weeks. And then what we're looking at is a little bit longer term effort. We're working not just with TPD, but with the CRA. They're currently re-bricking 7th Avenue. If you drive on brick roads, you know that they give a lot of feedback. They make you be aware of your surroundings and drive a little bit slower. So we're going to continue to support the CRA in their re-bricking efforts. And then as that re-bricking continues down the street, we looked at implementing bollards. So if you look in front of the Columbia restaurant, there are existing bollards along the right-of-way. We're going to come in and at the higher volume intersections, we're going to introduce bollards consistent with the character of Ybor, but get those deployed or work with the CRA to get those deployed as part of the re-bricking project so that we can limit crashes to the intersections. If something happens at those higher volume intersections, then those vehicles are contained to the roadway and don't spill out onto the pedestrian pathway. So very briefly, that's what we're proposing in Ybor, and this is under our larger transportation safety program that we work on every day. We've got 3 full-time staff citywide that work on safety, an engineer, a city planner, and a project coordinator. So we've implemented projects previous to this, but this is what we plan to do moving forward in Ybor to improve the safety conditions on 7th Avenue.
Thank you. Sir, did you have anything to add? Oh, Councilwoman Young.
Well, I already thanked you all, but I just want to thank you again for being there at the town hall, for engaging the community, and for just working swiftly to get these done. So I really appreciate you all. Thank you very much.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
Thank you.
Then Carlson.
And I was also at that meeting, and I thought it was went very well. You all were very prepared. I appreciate that. So my first question. It doesn't rhyme, even they keep trying to make it rhyme. 20 is plenty. Why 25? Why can't we go to 20?
That's a great question. So what we did is there was a speed study completed that looked at the current speed limits along the corridor. The engineers that completed that study made the recommendation to drop it to 25. That's consistent with the remainder of the historic district 7th Avenue. So what we're doing is reducing the speed between Nucio and Nebraska from 30 to 25 to match the wider corridor. I would have to get more detail from engineering staff on why it couldn't be lowered to 20, but I think that would be an exceptional condition within the city, likely requiring some more justification from a traffic perspective. So I can get back with you on that. But
I'm just curious because I'm seeing the neighborhood streets are 25 too, and I really think that I do believe it. 20 is plenty in a neighborhood area and a very walkable area. And Ybor just has so many pedestrians that I think we should normalize going slow. I mean, the bricks help, but I think if we really normalize it in that neighborhood, spreading it out through the rest of the residential area would be easier. And I really think that we need to be going in that direction in our residential areas in the city. Also, my only other thing is 7th Avenue already has a ton of poles and other things that you have to weave around as a pedestrian. So as we're looking at bollards, which is fabulous and I 100% agree with, as we're kind of looking at that streetscape, what else can we do to maybe combine things, more the poles that are in the street, on the sidewalks? What are we doing to? It just might be a good time to kind of look at that and say, how? I mean, are there street signs that could be combined with other street signs? Are there street? It's just a lot of poles, and I understand this is a completely different thing and it's a safety measure, but I'm just saying, while you're looking at the bollards and while we're adding them, super supportive. What else are we doing to make it more pedestrian friendly along the 7th Avenue?
Right, absolutely. And one of the things we've done to slow traffic on 7th specifically is we put in a couple of four-way stops. So where it was free flow traffic or a one-way stop condition, we put in a four-way stop. So vehicles stop, then they have to accelerate. So that did slow traffic on 7th as well.
And there's one more thing I want to say, that while we're doing these brickings, we had a great conversation at a Livable Roadways Committee on Wednesday morning about raised crosswalks. And as we're doing brick streets, I know there are particular crosswalks. So I'm thinking specifically of 16th, where folks go to Ybor. Centro. Ybor, thank you. It's been a long day. Where they already have that type of crosswalk, maybe adding a raised crosswalk with a brick would help even more in some of those pedestrian areas. I know it's weird to have a speed bump with a we're already bricked road, but if we're not looking at them as speed bumps, we're looking at raised crosswalks, and I'd like to look throughout the city at raised crosswalks going forward. That might be a good place to implement those initially, just see if they work. Again, just because of the heavy pedestrianness of the area. So I would love to see those considered.
Yep, understood. And this is an abridged version of what I was going to discuss, but we looked at the crash history in historic Ybor. That there have been 2 fatal crashes within the last 5 years, one on Adamo, one on 21st. And then on 7th Avenue, there hadn't been a fatal crash before November for more than a decade. We went back 10 years and looked at the data. So we don't see the severe injury or fatal crashes occurring in Ybor. I think it has a lot to do with the way the streets are built because of all the the historic pattern of that development. But absolutely, we'll take some more notes and take a look at what else we can do and how we can integrate it.
Yeah, and if it's not the right spot, then I completely understand it, but just kind of throwing that idea out there for just the city as a whole. And again, even just that one particular crosswalk, because that one is yeah, I mean, I'm seeing, I'm getting a big smile from the major. So yes, just even if that one might be a great place to just try it. I mean, that might even be good on 8th, just as going through Centro, just period, having those 2 particular crosswalks as people navigate Centro. So thank you.
Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, first I wanted to thank you guys for the brief report, but a very effective report, but also for responding so quickly and hearing from the community and working on this. We've all had a lot of information from the community. I want to give feedback. My day job is in Ybor, and so I'm in there every day and personally very interested in it. As to and also both of you, I don't know you guys very well. I don't know if I've met you at all really, but the feedback I get from the community on the two of you is very, very positive. So please keep up whatever you're doing, because as long as we're getting positive feedback, that means that you're making our constituents happy, and it means we don't get calls. Or in this case, we're getting positive calls. On the re-bricking, this is more for the CRA than you, but we need to make sure that the CRA does the announcement next time. I still get complaints all the time, why are we wasting money on bricks? If it looks like a city project, we're gonna get a lot of complaints. If it's a CRA project, then some people are against it, but not as many as if they think we could use it in places where there are potholes. The other thing, to the point my colleague was making, there's an artist in Ybor who has glass bricks, and I don't know how they are at load bearing, but she has these glass bricks, and I can put you in touch with them. But if we're trying to do something visually, like for crosswalks or whatever, the arts community in Ybor has thought about using these art glass bricks in some way. So if you're open to that. Last thing is a question. These are one-off instances, and we can't change everything just for these one-off instances. But in this case, as I understand it, the person came from 275 across Nuccio down 7th. At night especially, is there a way we can close that crossing from Nuccio at Nuccio and 7th so that people couldn't race down there? Or what would be your advice related to that?
As far as closures of crossings, that's not something that we saw a lot of support with at the public meeting. It was kind of a split public opinion on that. Some of the business owners, when we talked about any kind of closure or inhibiting traffic access to 7th Avenue, there was pushback because of fear of damage to business. But then there were other constituents that asked for it. So we didn't evaluate any kind of closure of 7th Avenue. That's why we focused kind of separating keeping the cars where the cars belong and protecting the pedestrians where.
Just to be clear.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, I'm not in favor of closing 7th Avenue at all. Just the only thing is the crossing where cars are going down 7th and they cross Nuccio. The only idea would be would it be advisable to close that so that they would have to go around? That might slow them down. But you've already given me the answer, so I appreciate it.
Yep.
Okay, we're done.
All right, thank you.
Oh, shoot, I'm sorry. Councilman Rand has been hand signaling me and looking at me, and
I want a double session every time we come here till 4 o'clock in the morning every day. But anyway, let me say
put
this.
your mic on. There you go.
As I look at this, I didn't leave Ybor City because I was asked to leave. I moved out at age 23 with my wife and 2 kids.
Because you were asked
But
to leave?
when I see 7th Avenue, the reason it was different, because it was a streetcar down the middle, you could not speed in Ybor City. You could hit a streetcar, a parked car on both sides. So what I'm saying is, that street being up, I drove that street a couple of times, I don't drive it anymore. Not that I was going fast, is that I want my car to have shocks every 3 months. So I explained this, they said it was beautiful, it is. I agree with you on the ballards. I think that somebody may have a drunk, especially at 3 o'clock in the morning, at 2 o'clock in the morning, whenever they close. They might have had a little bit too much of dancing in them. You know what I mean by that? And make a wrong turn and go into the pavement of the sidewalk. So I agree with the ballards, I agree that wholeheartedly. And the speed sign is, like you said, you gotta have 25 because of the certain regulations of different laws. But all in all, Ybor City, in my opinion, in the next 20 years will change. It will not be what it is. It'll be back to residential in a lot of parts.
That's all you got?
That's it. You want
All
more?
that,
Give me
all that
more.
commotion?
That's it, sir. You know,
What year did they throw you out of Ybor?
in fact, I named a horse Ybor City Charlie. He never won. Okay.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you for your patience today. Sorry to keep you here. But you know, if I have to be here all day, I'm glad we had company. Okay, Brandon Campbell and Company.
Last item on the agenda.
No.
Yeah. Okay, I don't remember what 39 is.
Right.
39, yeah, we did, yeah.
It is item number 54, the Stormwater Master Plan. Again,
So who is the consultant back here? Are you enjoying Tampa City Council?
Yeah.
What time did you get here today?
Yuan was trying to kind of scout for me, but I've been here since maybe 3.
Then I'm not even feeling sorry for you.
Our office is
I am not even feeling sorry for you.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, Brandon Campbell, Mobility Director. I have Yuan Lee here, our Stormwater Services Director as well. And she was going to introduce our consultant formally, so.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Yuan Lee, Stormwater Services Director. And we're here to provide a quarterly update of Citywide Stormwater Master Plan update. And we started this project about a year ago. And the main objective of this effort is to evaluate the drainage system capacity in the citywide, and also identify flooding risks so that the future stormwater improvement projects can be identified and prioritized. And the council mentioned about Concordia Park this morning, which is a perfect example needing this exercise. And with that, we have Taylor Langford from Applied Sciences here today to give a quick presentation. And Taylor is a registered professional engineer and is a stormwater director with Applied, and also is an expert of stormwater modeling and water resources planning.
Thank you. Start with your name.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. As Yuan said, Taylor Langford with Applied Sciences. I am the Water Resource Director there. And I guess I have these slides. I don't know if you guys have it digitally, but so yeah, just to give a little bit of background, I've been working in the state of Florida for over a decade now. I grew up on the East Coast in Martin County. I actually worked with Yuan a little bit at the Southwest Florida Water Management District. So I worked there for about 7 years in the engineering and watershed management section, basically doing these same very projects, developing these detailed hydraulic and hydrologic models for urban and rural developments and things like that. So as Yuan said, we've been working on this kind of global effort for the city of Tampa to try and study all the various basins that exist within the city boundaries. So to get into this effort, we did a prioritization and a review of all the previous data and modeling and studies that the city had completed over the last several decades, basically. And so this effort is to try to prioritize the basins that you see here as the ones that we are currently studying or providing updates for some of these more detailed areas. So with this effort, we have a variety of consulting firms on board to help distribute the work and get things done a little more efficiently. These are the basins that are currently being studied right now. We've been calling these the Group 1 basins and actually Phase 1, which is just developing those existing conditions, identifying areas that could lead into potential improvement projects. So you can see all the various consulting firms on here, as well as we are also studying 2 of those basins for Lower Peninsula and Palmetto Beach. So we've had several quarterly update meetings for council over the past year. At this point, when we talk about these basins in green here, and we're talking about this Phase 1, which is just capturing these existing conditions, where are the flooding problems, where are the deficiencies, and then we will lead into Phase 2, which is actually trying to conceptualize and go through alternative analysis to present potential improvement projects. And you can see here we're basically almost completely through the development of these existing conditions for this Phase 1 on these Group 1 basins. And so as we move forward, we have a current scope of work being negotiated with those various consulting firms to bring on these Group 2 basins, as well as completing the Phase 2 for the Group 1 basins. So again, Phase 2 would be trying to dive into the results of the model, identify those areas that could have improvement projects proposed, conceptualizing those improvement projects, giving some high-level cost estimates and benefits for those different things that are identified. So at the same time, these group basins, Group 2 basins for doing both the existing conditions and identifying those potential improvement projects will be coming shortly. When we look at kind of the financial overview for this entire program, when we did that, we called it like the gap analysis study maybe a couple years ago now that led into this. we evaluated all the historical data and what has been studied and what needs to be studied to get where we are today. The overall budget for that full program, it was $5 million, and at this point for the Group 1 and Phase 1, we've encumbered around $2 million. For the Group 1 Phase 2, these will be doing those alternative analysis based on those existing model results, coming up with those proposed projects to put on capital improvement plan, bonding and things like that. That total is around 2.3 million. And then when we think about completing the Phase 1 and Phase 2, so basically that would get us, the detailed models and conceptual projects. We have that completion date for August 2026. And then finishing out the rest of those Group 2 basins, doing Phase 1 and 2, that additional $2 million to have us completing this program by the end of this year for 2026. And currently those estimated budget, well within the budget there of 4.5 million. So an additional piece to this is, not only just getting the studies and trying to identify these improvement projects to potentially help relieve flooding throughout the city. Another big piece of this is just the fact that you do study parts of your city or parts of your watershed within your municipality allows you to submit that understanding to the community rating system, which is like an NFIP flood insurance program, where by updating these or committing to the CRS organization that these models are up to date and reflective of a current condition or within a certain time period, the city can use this to get points for the CRS program. And it is even more than that. It's a prerequisite to step into a more favorable rating class. I think we're currently maybe a 5 and we can get to a 3. And that just results in cost savings on these NFIP policies for those residents that have these policies for flood insurance purposes. So that's going to be another byproduct of this overall program effort that we're going through. And that's pretty much it. Everything is going as expected, and we don't really have anything major to report other than everything's going well.
Thank you, Councilwoman Hurtak.
So what you're saying is that for this $5 million, we will ideally be able to take our rating of 5 and bring it down to 3, thereby most likely saving people way more than $5 million total.
Right.
From flood insurance. So
and
that's
a
phenomenal ROI
yeah.
then, even before we start a project.
Right.
That's wonderful. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? I appreciate your patience today. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Time and a half.
Okay, if I've calculated correctly, that concludes our business. Sue Ling, do you concur? Oh, thank goodness.
Now it's the fun.
Oh my God. Okay. Let's be kind. What?
I was wondering if you could start at this end for new business today.
I can't, I will grant Mr. Shelby,
birthday boy.
Mr. Shelby that request. Mr. Shelby, do you have any new business?
No, I do not. But I have to prepare something from Mr. Carlson, and by the time you get to him, hopefully the printer will be printing it out.
Ah, an ulterior motive. Look at that, just like a lawyer. You have to read between the lines. Mr. Miranda, put your microphone on. Microphone.
Okay.
No, I only have one. I would like to make a motion that on March 3rd, at the beginning of the special call evening session, the City Council of the City of Tampa join the mayor in declaring the month of March 2026 as Procurement Month in the City of Tampa to expand on the awareness and procurement professional role to government officials and general public, businesses, corporate leaders.
We have a motion from Councilman Miranda, second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. Yeah, it's a special call meeting. It's the budget meeting.
Although you're doing, wait a second,
Yeah.
Are you doing a presentation
Yes.
on a special call meeting?
Yeah, we are. It's a budget kind of thing, so we're giving grace.
Me.
Maniscalco. Yeah, that's all you had, right? Councilman Maniscalco, do you have any new business?
No, sir.
Oh, thank God. Councilwoman Hurtak.
Yes. while we're on the subject of the special call meeting,
Okay.
I move to allow a representative from the Citizens Budget Advisory Committee to speak for 5 minutes at the beginning of the special call evening session on March 3rd, 2026.
And which representative is that?
I don't know. I'm assuming it's
Second.
whoever the chair is,
Second.
but
Okay, we have a motion from Councilman Hurtak, a second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
I move to instruct the planning department to renotice the council-appointed seats for the Natural Resources Advisory Committee, to advertise on the city website and in the city council agenda, which has already occurred. So separate from the motion, I did want to say that the Natural Resources Advisory Committee positions will be open until March 20th. March 20th. So if you know anybody who would be great for one of those positions, send them to check out the appointment. So that's my motion.
But this wouldn't affect the mayoral
No,
ones, right?
these
Okay.
are ours. These
Okay,
are city
second.
council.
Okay, we have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak, second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. That's all?
No, I have one more.
Okay.
And this is one that I'm pained to have to do. So I have a motion for the February 26th workshop to provide a report on the cities that have executed sign ordinances. Basically, this is CM 25-13045 on the sign ordinances. The Downtown Partnership wishes they wanted to extend it to May 28th, but I asked them to come back on May 7th, which is a regular council session, for an update on this, because I don't want to wait that much longer. What they're trying to do is they have hired someone, a GIS mapping person, to map the areas that FDOT will be excluding and other types of exclusions. And so I think that visual will be very helpful for us, but we do not have a workshop in March. And then the workshop in April, unfortunately, Miss Johnson Velez will be out of town, and this is her
I'll second that.
area, so
We have two digital sign items on the workshop.
I know, the other one is Mr. Carlson's, and so I wanted to ask if he would be willing to move his as well to May 7th, or if he wants to do his separately. Yours, Mr. Carlson, was simply a written report of a list of currently approved and active digital signs allowed downtown, copies of the contract or approval documents, and a description of who and how they were signed. I mean, that could probably stay since it's next week. Like I said, I really hate to move this, and it's not something I really want to do, but because of the other thing I could do is, if people want it to be moved sooner, we can move it to an April date.
Okay, so can
So
you
I just
restate,
wanna-
the motion again?
Well, I just wanted to hear from council. Would you, is May too late?
Well, I think with Susan being gone, that's the problem.
Well, that's what, yeah, but she's only gone, for that particular April date. We might be able to move it sooner in April.
What about the special call meeting we just called the regular meeting?
Oh, I love that. April 7th, yeah, okay.
I'll second that.
I motion to move it to April 7th, and then I'll make sure that that's okay with Ms. Johnson Velez and the Downtown Partnership, but I think that's a great call, so thank you. I will move, I motion to move CM 25-13045 to April 7th.
Okay, we have a motion, and we have a second from Councilwoman Young already. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
That is it.
Okay, very good. Councilwoman Young, new business.
Okay. I'm gonna make this very quick. So I want, as I was saying earlier, I want to be sure that for item 60 that it stays on the agenda. So Marty, you'll probably have to help me. I've put my thoughts down. So I want to make a motion to have in-person staff report from code enforcement on what they can do to address the violations and about violations regarding parking lots, rodents, bad or expired food items, or harmful paraphernalia in regards to sex or drugs in corner stores. Maybe that's one motion.
I would just take store, I'd put stores, not.
Stores.
Stores. And
Yes.
Is that?
Okay, yes, I'll put stores.
Is it, do you want to make a geographic area, or do you want to say citywide?
That's just citywide.
Okay, so it's a report in general.
Yeah, because I know that Councilman Miranda was talking about citywide as
Yeah,
well,
that'd
so
be
that's
fine.
fine. Yeah. Okay, and
Why don't we
then,
stop and we'll just take that
Yeah, let's
motion?
take a vote on that one.
okay.
So I have
So
a
that's-
motion from Councilwoman Young, a second from Councilman Miranda, said you did?
And what date
Councilman
was that?
Miranda?
What date was that?
What was the date?
Do you want it?
You want to do it on a special call
It's gonna
meeting?
Yeah,
take some
that-
time, maybe.
April 7th?
Is that, I think that's fine. Yeah,
Yeah.
April 7th is fine. Okay. Okay.
So we have a motion, Councilwoman Young, second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Okay, next.
Now, can I just do all that same language, but just take out code enforcement and put TPD?
Say it.
I would still say it? Okay, so I would like to make a motion to have a staff report from TPD on what they can do to address the violations in terms of parking lots, rodents, bad/expired food items, and harmful paraphernalia relating to sex and drugs in stores. And, oh, I forgot to add in what community should do to report bad actors to the last one. I want that on both. On what community should do to report bad actors. Like, what is the best way to report it? So I want to do that for the code enforcement one and for TPD.
You got that, Sue? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So that's just a Scrivener's on the first one. We'll call it as a Scrivener's. And the second, we have a motion for Councilwoman Young, a second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Is that also for April 7th?
Yes.
Yeah, why not?
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
April
there's,
7th.
there's nothing
Okay.
there. That's fine, yes, April 7th, yes.
So that was a unanimous vote? Okay, very good.
Okay, okay, so that's for that, we'll make sure that we come back with that. And then, in light of some of the public comment that we received today regarding, the, EDC, and just in hopes of keeping transparency in the community, I would like to have the, EDC to come back to council with a report on how they're advertising the sheltered markets to small minority and/or women-owned businesses, and, provide a report on what businesses are coming to Tampa and the possibilities of industrial businesses.
We-
What was your last line? I just wanted to-
Industrial businesses, yeah, so,
businesses.
yeah, it's pretty much what was heard in public comment,
We have-
and, go ahead.
Yeah, we have a motion from Councilwoman Young, a second from
Question.
Councilman
A
Maniscalco.
question, is that then, because the EDC is not a function of the city, is that a request to
Yeah, it's
invite?
easy.
Yes, I would like to, request to invite the Economic Development Corporation, or EDC, to come, and staff,
And staff?
to come to council.
And normally, it's the maker of the motions district office who extends the
Correct.
invitation
do
and
that,
arranges
that's
for them to
fine.
come.
Can
I
we
just want to
limit
let
the time?
everybody to know that.
Oh, yeah,
Okay,
the
thank you.
time to,
Can we limit it to 5 or 10 minutes?
How long?
what did you say, 10 minutes?
10 minutes.
5 each, 5 minutes
10 minutes
each,
total?
and
That's not a lot.
April 7th, yes.
Okay.
Just so we can. Yes, that's fine, just because, so we can address what was spoke about today. And do you have something?
I just want to make a comment when you're done.
Go ahead before I vote. You want to comment before we vote?
Yeah, the quick comment, my concern about the EDC, besides the fact that they like to trash talk people, is that if you go and look at the results that they claim, they can't prove that they did it. 6 years ago, we passed an ordinance that said that if the city gave a subsidy to a company, that they had to get the CEO to sign a sworn affidavit once a year to say whether or not they hit the goals, because my aide at the time called all the companies and none of them had reached the goals or even come close. And since then, they haven't asked for subsidies because they can't hit the goals. And so they can rattle off all these companies, but the question is, did any of them actually do anything that they said? And that's why, and just like somebody said, we're putting NAACP through all kinds of hoops, and for a lot less money than we are with the EDC, when that's arguably one of the most important things we could be doing as a city. There's a lot of politics attached to it, but the reality is that there's not verifiable results.
Okay, very good. We have a motion from Councilwoman Young, a second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it.
Okay, and then last two things, just so for the public, we had the Hattie Wright unveiling of the bench and the sign. honoring Miss Hattie Wright, which is at McFarland Park. So if you would like to go see it, it's a wonderful display at a beautiful park. And then for your Black History fact, Black Girls Govern, the founder is a young lady by the name of Harley Williams, who is a District 5 Tampa native who graduated from Blake High School and is currently attending Harvard University studying government. And yes, she is attending Harvard University. She's a very bright young lady. And she has the young ladies that were part of her nonprofit that she started called Black Girls Govern. They were actually in Tallahassee advocating for the Crown Act, which is creating a respectful and open world for natural hair. So I wanted to highlight Miss Harley Williams. I am done. Thank you.
Councilman Carlson.
Those guys you had this morning were fantastic too, by the way. Thank you. I don't do motions very often, so I have several. I apologize. One is to approve my Form AB from item 31 this morning.
We have a motion to accept his recusal form AB from Councilman Carlson, second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it.
Next is the Culbreth Bayou. Motion to ask staff to look at the feasibility of excluding Culbreth Bayou from file number E2026-A, Chapter 22.
Do you have a date?
Written or person?
I didn't put a date on it because I don't know how fast they can come back. If they come back out to the second reading,
The problem, there's no way to track it if you don't put a date on it.
yeah.
Do you want it to be a written report or in
Why do we
person?
say by second reading, and if they can't make it, they can't, they'll
Okay.
let you know.
Okay.
So the second reading is?
March 26th.
Thank you.
March 26th. Okay, got it.
Okay, a motion from Councilman Carlson, a second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it.
Very good. Thank you. A separate item. Yeah. Back to the issue of the school zones. Motion to ask mobility to report back on June 4th as to the possibility of adding larger school zone signs and flashing lights.
We have a motion from Councilman Carlson, a second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it.
To the item about, I forgot the number, the item about the interdepartmental accounting. If we talked about the tree one today, but if a department wants to use stormwater employees, they should just have an agreement and pay them back. It should be a certain amount of money. Same thing as if an outside group hires TPD, they have to pay for it. And so if water needs TPD, there should be a contract. TPD just can't charge whatever they want, and water can't charge them whatever they want. So motion to ask city staff to report on June 4 as to creating a rule or ordinance that would require city departments to create an interdepartment agreement approved by council in advance of transferring money.
We have a motion from Councilman Carlson, a second from Councilman Hurtak. Discussion.
No, I talked to Chief of Staff about it, and
I say it all the time.
Chief of Staff and I talked about it. He and I need to talk about it more because he was trying to figure out what it meant and when it would apply. But this would give June 4th would give us time to talk about it more.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. Councilwoman Hurtak. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it.
That one. And then to that point, also parades. I think we ought to set up parades like a enterprise fund, or at least a separate
You're not allowed
fund.
to talk about parades unless you start participating in them.
Parades or events. So let me just read this to make it fast. Motion to request. So here's the thing. If we don't know how much parades or events cost right now. We don't know. We spend a lot of time deciding how much we're going to give nonprofits, but the services we give to an event are in-kind services. And so I think we just need an accounting of it. And so if we set up a budget and we said we're going to spend $1 million or $2 million or whatever it is on parades, then we could, then TPD could charge back that fund so they would get reimbursed. Stormwater could charge back that fund so they could get reimbursed.
Can I say something before you make your motion?
Councilwoman Hurtak.
Because actually I have been working on this very thing, and Ms. Kopesky could probably talk about this too. We have been able to get the amounts for each parade except for Gasparilla, and there's one other one.
Night parade?
No, but Gasparilla is the one, and I keep getting the runaround. No one will answer me. There's no way that we don't know exactly how much money we're spending on Gasparilla, but they do not want us to know for whatever reason. Because Ms. Kopesky, could you send to everyone the information that we have compiled about the cost of the other parades?
The other thing, folks that went to the mayor's tent, it should be the city tent, not just a mayor's tent, but they're taking pictures of like casters, crew, beads and all that stuff. And there are perks to being mayor. I'm not discounting that, but from a public point of view, the public is frustrated at the commercialization of it. And even if the city is getting that for free or whatever, I think it should be more focused on the public. But can I just read this? I don't think it's conflicts. You've done a lot of work, so this would actually make this easier. Motion to request that the administration report on June 4th as to creating an quote-unquote event/parade budget that would be approved in advance by council. This would include all paid and in-kind services. Departments such as Stormwater and TPD would be paid by this fund or reimbursed by this fund. The purpose is to give the public transparency into the cost of events and to fairly compensate departments. And just to make it clear, I'm not against events or parades. The public just wants transparency into what it costs. If Gasparilla costs $2 million, at least we know what it is.
Councilman Miranda.
I'm not against that, but let me say this. Sometimes people forget when they were poor. Sometimes the people that go there don't have anything else in their life but to see some activity like that really means something to a neighborhood and to little kids growing up. The children's parade is one of them. Yeah. Gasparilla's another one. The night parade's another one. We're known for that, and I agree with you that you should know what it is. But let me tell you something. That's a benefit that this city has worldwide, not only in Tampa. Gasparilla and the other parades are known worldwide, not only in Tampa. That's all. Thank you. Have a nice day.
I agree with you.
It's a complicated issue because there's so much goes in. It's an all hands on deck kind of thing. So I'm sure the cost of even trying to calculate this is probably crazy.
So the thing is, if they pull stormwater or water people, it's not. Those are the public's getting charged fees for that, and so it's not fair to just let them have it. Instead, what we set up is a clean event budget, and then those departments get reimbursed. Tampa Fire Rescue, if they got reimbursed, or TPD, we might be able to afford to hire more police officers or more firefighters.
Yeah, but it's not like they're working over. I would get if it was overtime, but instead it's like a special duty. So instead of doing their normal work that day, they're doing this instead. And so, I mean, I would concur if it was an overtime budget above and beyond the normal. But if let's say person X, administrative person X, ends up spending 60 hours a year on Gasparilla related functions of processing paperwork or whatever they have to do. As long as it's not overtime, it's just another assigned duty for the goals of the city. Is that something we can really extrapolate out, and should we?
Yeah, we can, absolutely.
But getting the information is the important part.
But even accounting for that information has to be almost impossible.
That's what every organization does.
Yeah, not only that, we have a budget. Like the city has to have they have to account for things. That's how budgets work. So I mean, there's no harm in asking for it. What we do with that information.
I get it, but I mean, so let's say an air traffic control. I'm an air traffic controller. My job is to get planes from point A to point B. But every once in a while, let's say I get called for a Great American Teach-In. Well, they don't extrapolate my salary for that day and say that's what it costs the FAA. It's just another one of my assigned duties. It was something I had to do. Or we do that all the time. We get assigned other things to do. Again, I would get it if it's above and beyond their normal, or if we're hiring special staff. I mean, I think I would appreciate the breakout if there was somebody who was hired specifically to do this, or they're being overtime. But I think the decision point is, are these events aligned with the goals and the values of the city of Tampa? Do we have a value to have a Santa's parade? Do we have a value to have a children's parade?
But that's why I'm just trying to set a value on it. That's exactly what we're talking about. Instead of back channeling giving pieces of services like stormwater, instead of having an argument about why we're not fixing stormwater systems, we just reimburse them from a.
I think we've asked and fixed that problem. We're not doing that anymore. So.
But they are still doing it.
But I mean, we're accounting for it. Councilwoman Hurtak.
No, I think.
Oh, I'm sorry,
You know,
Councilman
let
Rand,
me,
I'm sorry.
I mean, we're all about the playgrounds, the Parks Department. How much does it cost to sponsor little leagues? How much public funds to spend on them? I don't know, to sponsor all the leagues. I mean, we have a budget in that department, but, and the next thing is, the public ought to know how much it costs for somebody not to pay ad valorem tax. And you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
That should be known. And it's not, well, I'm not afraid. I want to know how much money we've lost in the exception of any sport in Tampa because they don't pay ad valorem tax. How you like that? Now, come on, say yes or no. I made a motion.
No, you
Wait,
didn't
you
make
have
a
to wait
motion.
time to-
He had a motion on the floor.
Councilwoman Hurtak,
And-
thank you.
So the thing is, we do have that information for almost every parade, but there's a couple of parades we're still looking for the information for, and I just, if we can have the information for the Santa parade and the St. Patrick's parade, we should be able to have it for Gasparilla. And so I'm just saying, we just want the information. That's all I want.
Not to complicate it, but I'd be surprised if you really.
And this
had the
motion is only to bring it for a discussion.
It's only to bring it for discussion.
This is for discussion.
Okay. We have a motion from Councilman Carlson. I believe it was a second from Councilwoman Hurtak. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay.
Do I have no second to my motion?
You want to call it?
Motion carried
no.
with Clint Bennett voting no.
Failed to get a second.
Okay, a couple more.
Do you want to make him on the
I
motion?
made a motion. I want to know how much ad valorem tax we lost in the entities that we support in sport. Not that I'm against sports. I just want to know how much money we've lost on ad valorem
We have a motion.
What date?
from the inception of the activity that started, some 30 years
Okay,
ago,
but
some
here's-
20 years
here's-
ago, some 10 years ago.
How much money would it cost to collect that information? And for what end?
No, you just call the gentleman over here that runs the,
Yeah, but they'd have to know
the
what the
tax
value,
assessor.
they don't value that property.
They
so-
they know the value of it.
They do.
They know the value, believe me.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Anyway, I have
So
a
it dies
motion.
like a
I have a
second.
motion, but I don't hear a second.
Okay. I just want to put it on the record.
Okay, I believe that concludes.
No, can I-
Do you have more?
Yeah, can I just hit a couple more real fast?
Actually, I did change my mind. I have something too. Go ahead.
The, so when we were talking about the store issue, I don't want to say the others when we were talking about the store issue, I walked outside before you all did, and the whole group surrounded me, and they wanted me to make this motion, so I'll make the motion, you guys can, it's parallel to what you made earlier, but I'm making it on behalf of it. So motion to ask the mayor to intervene with the retailers of concern in East Tampa and to bring in code enforcement and TPD.
I say it's a little bit of a I mean, it's a little bit.
But
of
what
a-
she's asking for is a report, this is asking the mayor to do it. Yeah, request, it's a motion to ask the mayor to request.
Okay. We have a motion from Councilman Carlson, a second from Councilman Maniscalco.
Who's gonna ask? Is that your office or your office?
Well, I think they're listening.
Okay.
I always feel like somebody's watching me.
Okay.
We have a motion, we have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
Another one,
My goodness, you've been busy.
yeah, I told you, a couple,
Man, he's
a
filling in for Lou.
a couple years ago, we passed a rule that said that all the documents, and we had a prior rule that had some loopholes. We passed a new rule that said that all documents have to be in by 5 p.m. on Friday. And then what the staff started doing is saying, well, we're going to give a verbal report. But when they give their verbal report, they have a PowerPoint and they have handouts. And so I'd like to make a motion to set a rule prohibiting city staff from presenting documents or presentations that are not posted in onboard, what's it called?
On base.
On base by the previous Friday at 5 p.m.
Okay, we have a motion. Councilwoman Hurtak.
My only thing with that is that oftentimes I will talk to staff that week and say, hey, it would be great if you would add this, or if you would bring a visual. And they say, okay, and that's on me for having done that.
But I've done that too, and then they just add the additional one up as an extra item, or they modify it.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, if I tell them, hey, you should work on this after Friday, they may not get it into on base.
The problem
by
I'm
then.
responding to is the public. Even today, we were getting emails. The public it wants to see the documents in advance so they can prepare to respond to them.
It's a little restrictive, I think. But
I'll second for, just to hear what staff has to say.
Okay, any other discussion? We have a motion, we have a second.
I just said to set a rule.
Okay, so is, any further discussion?
Wait, then I think it needs to be finalized, because that's too amorphous. Is that to put something in the rules of, to amend the rules of procedure at this point? I don't know if you're prepared to do that.
Okay, to return on June 4th.
How about city council discusses it at another meeting, because it's already 6:45?
April 7th.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, April 7th, April 7th.
For council
We're
discussion.
gonna fill that baby up right here.
Okay.
And you can invite staff to be present to
Okay,
participate in that discussion.
I'll actually vote yes on that.
Okay.
And maybe I even ask staff if they want to be present to help discuss that.
Yes, so can you ask staff to be present to discuss that?
Because there may be logistics issues involved.
Okay. So we have a motion from Councilman Carlson, we have a second from Councilman Hurtak. All those in favor say aye. Aye, opposed, the ayes have it.
One last one if I could.
Oh, good Lord.
I know.
I'm-
I hardly ever give any, just let me read this real fast.
He is channeling Vieira.
I know.
He's filling up that
At least
April
I'm not-
7th.
So events of the last week or two have brought up, without going through all the events, have brought up questions about what the role is of city council and HR. The only a year ago or so we had a discussion about whistleblowers and finding a better whistleblower system, but technically all we can do is ask, and that's all with the administration. So here I would like to make a motion to add a question for the Charter Review Commission, and the question is, quote, should city council serve a role regarding disputes between the mayor and city staff? So so we have, through public record, I've given up the voicemails I've gotten. I think we all get calls from, I get calls from staff crying about whatever their situation is. And based on Andrea's advice, all I can say is you need to hire a lawyer.
I think that would be an expansion on the one question we've already said about expanding the investigation power. Maybe that would be an expanded.
This is a different thing. What do we do? How do we deal with, and I mean, I can go through all the examples, but it's just a question of them to try to answer.
Okay, yeah, okay.
If I can just add to
Mr.
that,
Shelby.
Councilwoman Monteleone spearheaded this years ago, but we do have an ordinance now that has a whistleblower provision, but I don't know whether the city council ever scrutinized it and applied its effectiveness to see whether it needs to be looked at and whether it can be looked at and made more effective.
So
that's for another discussion.
Well, I don't think there's anything wrong with forwarding them another question for them to look at. I mean, I don't see any problem with this one.
By the way, you guys may know, but the mayor apparently is meeting with each of the members individually, and not asking them for anything, but just meeting with them, which I think is fine, as I said before. Yeah. But I think, on that basis also, it's fine for us to send another question. Probably they will say no, but then when the employees call, we can say, you just need to talk to a lawyer. And by the way, we asked this question, the Charter Review Commission said no.
Yeah, second.
Okay. We have a motion from Councilman Carlson, a second from Councilwoman Hurtak. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it.
No, just giving it to
We're
us.
yeah. So Sam, when you review this tape, we'll need to make sure that gets to them. Okay.
Okay, Chair.
Okay, I thoroughly enjoy Ashley Moreau's Black History presentations, but I always feel bad because she comes and she devotes all that time. I think it's important enough to give it a little bit more weight, and she's always good about the 3-minute thing. I would like to add her under as a recurring item under our presentations, commendations presentations, for a Black History presentation from Ashley Moreau for 3 minutes.
Second.
So that she's not sitting here all day to do that. It's pretty much recurring because she comes every week.
I think that's fine. My only concern about that is that we only have 3 spots for commendations and presentations.
Well, then this would be a waive the rules to add the 3. Yeah.
To add the 4th, okay.
You could waive the rules permanently. It's only that in session you're allowed to do that.
Well, we'll take it month by month basis. And look.
It is your rules, but we can
So
make the
you want it? So you're looking to change the rule?
Yeah.
You want to change the rule?
Well, then let's not call it commendation presentation. Let's just say After commendations and presentations, we'll add a spot after commendations and presentations to allow Ashley Morrow to present 3 minutes for Black History.
Could we discuss this offline and then bring it back at the next regular meeting? It's a good idea, I just want to figure out how best to do that.
Why isn't that a good idea?
Well,
Because we're going to be doing an update to the, or you're going to be asked to do an update to the rules.
I get it. I will,
What about doing it starting next Thursday, because it's still Black History Month?
You could put it on for presentation and put her up front for present. Are we full of presentation for next week?
No, we have a
No,
workshop.
we have workshops, so
A
there are,
workshop.
there is.
There are, my eyes popped out.
yeah, me too.
The 26th, by the way, council, your rules state that you have to have as many items as you want to get out by 1 o'clock.
Yes.
You have
Well,
9 items, I
No,
guess you
I
moved
just
them
moved,
around. So
I
you
just
haven't-
moved one.
That's 8 items by 1 o'clock.
And his, Councilmember Carlson's, is a written report, so that's 2 down.
It's 7 items by 1 o'clock.
Okay, I'm just saying though, we just cut 2 down.
Okay, I'll keep my fingers
I
crossed.
barely talk.
So.
Yeah, we're
so
gonna.
Would you be willing to hold on to
Yes,
that?
I will hold on to it. So
Okay.
I'll rescind that motion and we'll hold on till Mr. Shelby and I have an opportunity to speak about it and reference these agendas and all these things. Yeah, I will. We're gonna figure out a way to keep these things from happening again because this is crazy. Unless you just want to go to midnight. Yeah, we have a motion to receive and file. We have a second, Mr. Shelby.
Can't help but add that if this were a night meeting, you'd be an hour and 50 minutes
Into the
into your
meeting.
night meeting.
Yes, but that's why we don't do night meetings on regular meetings.
But the way things are going, he might have to add to them.
Yeah, so okay, so before we get to receive and file, I want to ask you guys on staff reports. Do you need the information? Think about it because of this workload. 2, if you need the information, can it be written? If it can be written, please make it a written report because these staff reports are taking way too much time. I want to remind everybody that when we allow for commendation, we limit the commendations to how many minutes, Suling? 5 minutes. So we have to really get that down because that's part of what ate up our time this morning. We're going to work on some of the other things as we move forward. Mr. Shelby, you had thoughts?
Just that also there is council's own rules, and they're relatively recent, but I haven't looked at them too long, that if it's a non-city business commendation, it requires a memo in advance from the council member to the council as to who it is and why they need it.
And why they need it, yep. No. I don't remember, but anyway, so. Okay, so we have a motion to receive and file, and we have a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. We are adjourned.